Despite being on the ice for just 2 goals against in 38 games this season, Zach Metsa was sent back down to the Rochester Americans yesterday. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center tonight. And the Americans, they host the Toronto Marlies tonight at 7:05 as well. The Bills, they've signed 3 players to 1-year contracts, guard and center Austin Corbett, center Lloyd Cushenberry III, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield makes a return. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter, he reports that the Browns told him they are 100% definitely not trading edge rusher Myles Garrett. The MLB season in full swing now. The Mets defeat the Pirates 11-7 yesterday, and the Red Sox defeated the Reds 3-0. Today, the Yankees continue their series with the Giants at 4:15, and the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons, they host the Rail Riders to open their season today with first pitch at 1:05, and the Rochester Red Wings also open their season today on the road, taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Yesterday in the Sweet 16, Purdue outlasts Texas 79-77. Iowa defeated Nebraska 77-71. Illinois defeated Houston 65-55, and Arkansas fell to Arizona 109-88. Join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding, you can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park. Get all the details at WGR550.com. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Owen Power that read books. Okay, I forgot.
Yes.
I was going to say, if it's Zach Metsa that read books, and then he got sent down, wow. Message sent.
Nope.
Hey, everybody, Jeremy and Joe, good Friday morning. I've been working on this line all night, so if I could just say this. Has anyone checked to see if the oceans are still full? Because every drop fell yesterday. Sorry. I wanted to get that out.
That's good. It rained like crazy the entire day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Soaking wet.
Yeah. It was so nice before the rain. I went for a run. That's how nice it was. I felt motivated to go outside and do and I couldn't believe it was the same day. It rained a lot. And then Zach Metsa got sent down. I think the rain was because everyone's so sad about Zach Metsa.
Zach Metsa. Yeah. It was warmer, though, right? It's better than it being 20 degrees colder or 30 degrees colder with that. It would have been how much snow would that have been?
I would rather have snow than the rain
How
yesterday.
much snow would that have been, though? With the amount of precipitation that fell yesterday.
Yeah, there's a formula, isn't there?
That feels like that would have been like 3 feet of snow.
An inch of rain is how much snow? 10 inches.
And how many inches of rain did we get yesterday?
1. We got about 1 inch.
We got 1? That's it?
Yep, 1 inch of rain.
It felt like more than 1 inch of rain. It was a lot. Puddles, like the size of,
flooding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not a puddle I would step in. You couldn't see the bottom of it. Walking, across the street, basically.
Yeah. Looking at, maybe 10 inches. Depends if it's going to be wet snow or powdery snow. So if it was powdery snow, that could be up to 20 inches.
Okay.
But if it's wet snow, it might be like 5 to 8.
So it could have been like almost 2 feet.
Could have been 2 feet of snow, which, from a dog standpoint, I might prefer the 2 feet of snow. Anyway, it's fine. 803-0550, everybody. Hi, good morning. We're here. We've got some news, like the Metsa news, the Metsa send down. We're hardcore Sabres now where we're talking about a defenseman getting sent down maybe. And the Bills added 3 players. We, unfortunately, no one scored points on the former Bill, future Bill fantasy league. No one has Trent Sherfield on their roster. No. Unfortunate.
How bad was that to not have him be owned by one of us in that league?
Should have seen it coming. dogged blocker, special teams guy. He's Shavers. If Shavers has a torn ACL, he's pretty much that guy.
He was Matt Collins and Shavers before Matt Collins and Shavers.
Yep.
All right. I mean, he
was
started a playoff game for them.
He did. He was their third option on the outside for a season.
He did catch a very important touchdown for them.
Deflected.
Way up in the air.
Can you remember another catch he made?
No. I remember him not catching a ball in the Kansas City playoff game, which I think happened immediately. Everyone remembers the Diggs drop.
Yeah,
I think immediately after Sherfield dropped a pass that might have even been further.
Yep.
So I remember that, but no, I don't remember another catch. I remember Mike McDaniel's reaction to that catch more than I remember any other catch of his, where he is like looking up at the Jumbotron in bewilderment. What just happened? That was a touchdown. It was a good catch. He had to get his feet down.
It was a good catch. I remember we talked to Sherfield at training camp once. Really nice guy.
Yeah.
Fast. He's fast. Yeah. And he blocks. He's bounced around. Since playing with the Bills, he's been with Minnesota, Denver, Arizona.
Did you have his stats up in front of you?
I do.
So you know his stat line for the Bills?
Yes.
86 yards?
Yes.
In a season, by the way.
Which, I mean...
I thought it might have been more. I thought it might have been like a 250-yard season, 300-yard season.
I mean, if we're doing... It's not quite droughtology because the Bills are good, but it's like wide receiverology. Trent Sherfield's season...
Wide receiverology.
Well, whatever. So like,
that's a segment idea.
86 yards in that one season with the Bills for Trent Sherfield. How many Curtis Samuel have last year?
Last year?
Yeah.
It's probably around that same number.
81.
81?
Yep. 81 yards.
Like Bills receivers that had fewer than 100 receiving yards in a season.
Oof.
But actually like played the year.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
But anyway, Curtis Samuel 2 years with the Bills. Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a...
Body. He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Like there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield.
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3 – or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like, whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy.
The weird thing about Cushenberry, though, is that he has only played center in his NFL career. Like, I was looking at his snaps by position in his career because he, again, has started 80 games in his NFL career. He has never taken a single snap away from center on the offensive line. Like he's never, not one. He's not played one snap at guard in his career. And Van Pran Granger doesn't play anything other than center, right? So are those two just battling for backup center? Is there some positional flexibility that goes beyond just what they've done in the NFL? But maybe that's the case. Maybe Cushenberry told them I could play guard. I just haven't.
Isn't that McGovern to a degree?
McGovern had not played center since college, and even I think early in college, had been a guard in the NFL, and must have told them at some point, like, I want to play center, I can play
or they
center.
knew, like, oh, we know you can do that.
Right.
Yeah. So news on the offensive line. Trent Sherfield, a couple offensive linemen. We'll talk about it with Sal. He'll join us on these, signings, which are not surprising. Like a couple names added. Talk with Sal at 7 o'clock. We'll talk with Paul Hamilton at 8 o'clock on the Zach Metsa decision to send him down. And also 7:30, a Red Wings guest, Brian Fisher of Locked On Red Wings, to talk to us about the Red Wings, because tonight in the NHL, the Sabres and Red Wings will play. If you're looking for the out-of-town scoreboard from last night, I checked in at the end of the first period, and it was going very poorly, and I think the night end up going very poorly. Tampa got to overtime.
Very poorly? I'd be interested in what grade you gave it. I didn't see.
I haven't graded it all the way through yet, but from the early results that I saw, I did not like the Tampa win. That's the big one. Tampa loss. Sorry,
yeah, they gave away a point
they get.
Yeah,
that's right.
But they lose a point, which is nice. And then what was the other one I was watching? I was watching Sens.
Actually, I guess you're right. It's not a bad day at all.
I didn't think it was that bad because
not.
Tampa lost a point.
Right. And
Columbus and Ottawa both lost. Ottawa in a shootout. So the magic number for the Sabres definitely would have dropped last night.
Right.
Because the first team out is all right.
I think it's out of 10.
Yeah, it was. I'm leaning in somewhere in the B territory is where I'm feeling about last night. It was not bad like most nights have been since I've been doing this thing. There has not been a ton of A nights. It's been a lot of everybody we want to lose is winning.
I watched a good amount of that Tampa game against the fighting Jason Bottrells out there in Seattle. 2 goals by Brandon Montour, by the way.
Nice.
That first one was pretty nasty.
The first one was nice.
Finish.
He scored in overtime, which was good, too.
Talk about a fight for my heart. Tell me something about Jason Bottrell and Brandon Montour. I loved Montour.
Yeah,
I watched a lot of Ottawa-Pittsburgh, and that was interesting, but Crosby's out. Crosby's hurt. He went out in the first period, weird little, looked like he just clipped his foot, and he done. I don't know when he's going to be back. So, they could absolutely free fall out, the Penguins, if Crosby's out again. They've kind of withstood that, but this could be a tough time of year for that to happen.
I think the reason I feel even better about the night is because Tampa is the team that is priority 1 right now on the out-of-town scoreboard. And what happens to them matters more for me by a lot than anybody else. And their schedule is difficult down the stretch. They play a lot of teams that are playing meaningful games. They play Ottawa twice still, Montreal twice, Boston twice. They play good Atlantic teams multiple times. They play the Sabres.
There'll be a million 3-point games
who
in
are
there.
all playing
Prepare
for
yourself
things.
now.
This was one of their easiest games left. Yeah. Seattle is a bubble team, but they're not very good this year. They are a bubble team, and they're on the road coming out from the West Coast, and Tampa is at home, huge favorite. They dominated that game.
Yeah.
The bit I saw, I don't know if Seattle touched the puck. It was all Tampa. They outshot them, I know, by a lot. So for that to not be a win,
that's big
for there. That is, maybe the Rangers in their finale is their easiest game left. That might have been their second easiest game remaining on the schedule, and they weren't able to get 2 points out of it.
Right.
So I like that result a lot.
The other thing I liked about last night was that Ottawa bumped out, Islanders bumped back in. With the Islanders won, so they get back into that wild card 2 spot. Ottawa's out right now, which is big. I would much rather play the Islanders than Ottawa. I'm a little nervous. I think the Islanders could be a little scary. I think Sorokin and Schaefer could win a series single-handedly, pretty much, but I would rather play the Islanders than the Senators.
How different we've spent no time thinking about, I have not spent any time thinking about the Islanders in a playoff matchup against the Sabres. They are getting a lot of credit for they're not your older brother's Islanders.
Yeah, no.
Winning 2-1 hockey games. How much of that is just Schaefer though, who was the number one? Because they also at the same time, they've allowed the fewest goals in the Eastern Conference. No, Tampa has, but they're second. Mm-hmm. So, and they haven't really scored many. Of the playoff teams, they have the fewest goals scored by a lot, 21 goals less than anybody else in the playoff field. So I look at their numbers and see that, but I don't know. They definitely don't play exactly the same as they used to. And Schaefer is a rock star already.
You're telling me they don't play river hockey there?
I don't think they might play more loose than they used
Island
to,
hockey.
but they're definitely not
hockey.
playing river hockey.
All
That's
hockeys will now be defined by a land mass or water body.
Okay.
Right.
Island hockey, river hockey, plateau hockey,
Pond hockey wouldn't work for this.
Yeah. But yeah,
lake,
the
valley hockey. Go ahead.
right. The Islanders, there was some buzz with when they switched coaches to Wah that it was going to be a little more loose. That they were going to try and unlock a little more Barzal. And, I think Schaefer has really helped that because that kid is, you hear people are talking about him like he is going to win a Norris in like 3 years. Like,
I think less than that.
Incredible.
He played 32 minutes the other night.
Yeah.
The game didn't go to overtime.
He's incredible. And he's playing like not loose. Like he's playing legit responsible hockey, but also scoring 20-plus goals as a rookie defenseman. He's a real special talent. So I am scared of him, and Sorokin that guy's a problem.
Yeah.
He can play, and he can win a lot of games. He's a guy that I see take over more games than almost anybody. He will have some bad games, but he will shut you out and win 1-0 more than almost anybody I've ever seen.
I think that's the ultimate goalie you don't want to see teams
100%.
in round one. For comparison, Dahlin in his first year at 18 years old, in a full 82-game season, he played every game, had 9 goals and 35 assists. Schaefer, who's got, 11 games left, has 22 goals and 54 points already.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, he's a freak.
Well, 803-0550 is our number. We'll bounce around today. I have a quick question for you on Zach Metsa, if I could. I don't know if you guys are upset, surprised. I mean, I feel like it comes as a little bit of a shock. I was listening yesterday to the afternoon show, and Bulldog suggested maybe the injury to Ostlund means someone else is coming up, means someone has to go down. It's a numbers game. Sorry, kid. We're going to get somebody else in.
There's no roster limits, so
right.
I don't think that's...
They also have multiple forwards that are not in the lineup right now, like Josh Dunn and Tanner Pearson.
I'm not here to give you the hottest take on the Sabres for making a big mistake in Zach Metsa, but I'm going to say this, and it's not a let's get stupid, but it's kind of just the way that I thought about it, which is, what if your sports team was gifted an absolute cheat code that didn't look like a cheat code or whatever? The fancy stats don't say it. There's this cosmic force. Mm-hmm. And what will happen is we will give you the best goals for percentage player in the entire NHL this year. And the only trade-off is that it won't look like that all the time. The fancy numbers will say he's like a 50-50 guy. But he will be the greatest player in the NHL's arguably history at goals for and goals against when he's on the ice. And you're like, okay, cool, we'll send him to Rochester.
Right. Like the hockey gods sent down
you got
a gift that you have to be able
would
to
you know
trust
it was a gift. This is to me like I'm watching the show with some time travel, and I think if you were sent backward from the future, how would you convince people you're from the future? They would think you're crazy no matter what you say.
Right.
And the Zach Metsa thing to me is a little bit like that. This is the results on the ice are perfect. The results. Now, the underlying numbers, I think everybody knows, hey, listen, he's been on the ice for an incredible shooting percentage for, an incredible save percentage against. All right, great. If you're at the roulette table and you've won 37 consecutive rolls, do you maybe think like, all right, one thing I know, quit while you're ahead. That's maybe a point here. Maybe, toss a little bit on a 38th roll and a little bit on a 38th, not your whole stack, just... Should I wait for this magic to stop before I turn the magic off? Is that crazy?
No, you want to bleed it out as long as it goes.
I want to just keep saying, like, what if I've been given something that is an unexplainable gift from the hockey gods, as you said? I'm just going to say no thanks?
Ride the wave. Like, we're going.
What if they think there's a limited amount of power in this jewel here?
We'll save it?
We're going to save it. Yeah.
You know what?
Put it over here for a minute.
All right, then good jewel management.
But that's if
it's good. I like that.
Amulet is preserved.
There you go. Yes.
That's if we believe he's coming back, though. And that he's coming back for the playoffs. And that he will even get back in if Timmins looks good. If Timmins looks good... Is Metsa does he even have an opportunity to get back into the lineup? Like, they're not taking Stanley out.
No.
There's no way they're doing that.
He plays on that side, and he's the only guy that they have that'll play on that side.
So it has to be Timmins then, and Timmins is the penalty kill guy. He's played 100 minutes of penalty killing this year, and he's missed half the season, more than half the season. So I'm with you. I also think that it can be a little bit overstated how lucky he is. He's definitely getting lucky. I mean,
Definitely.
He definitely is. The save percentage in the shooting percentage. But to act like he's doing nothing out there is also, I think, going too far. That, like, he's just a passenger out there while everything around him is happening. He's good at getting the puck out of his own end. He's very calm. He's cool under pressure. He's a good passer. I don't think he does anything spectacular. I don't think he's the physical nature at all that you might want on that pairing. He doesn't penalty kill, so he's definitely flawed. But he is very good and composed at getting the puck out of his own end, which is the thing I want from my third pair defenseman.
That's the maybe frustrating is the concerning part of it, is that he is so efficient at that, and that is so much of what they do well and why they find success defending is because they don't have to do it that much because they get it out all the time, especially when he's on the ice. And so that could be a worry here moving forward. Like if Timmins struggles to transport the puck out of his own end, which I haven't seen from him to start, like at the start of the year, I really liked what he was doing. So I maybe am more okay with this than the general consensus is. Mm-hmm. I think they're just worried that he's going to get pushed around. Like you get in the playoffs and it does get tougher and it does matter. And there is a trend of big defensive cores win. And that's just how it goes.
Yep.
That's just what happens in the playoffs.
The good news is I think they have options that make it, of course, like palatable and make sense. Like over the years, I saw Brian Mazurowski tweet earlier today, or maybe last night, about how Metsa joins Jacob Bernard Docker, Lawrence Pilot, Mark Pezic, Adam Party.
Did he have Victor Antipin on that list?
He might have meant to.
Could have thrown that.
Or was Alex Sulzer down this
Lawrence
low?
Pilot.
Lawrence Pilot.
I loved him.
Like, there were some puck mover guys that over the years the Sabres, would like whatever, 6th, 7th, 8th defenseman, and we would argue about that. Of course, back then the Sabres were so famously good at making decisions. Now you might trust the GM a little bit more. Now, clearly, the depth on the blue line is much better. I'm not here to say that I'm upset about it, but I really do want to ask about like that cosmic scenario. Yeah. If you were given a gift, this wide receiver will never drop a pass in his life. Like you can count on that. Should you get him on the field? Like, oh, that might be a good idea. This defenseman will never be on the ice for a goal against ever again. It's a cosmic gift. I'll send him down. It's whatever.
He really, I mean, like more to the style he plays. Like to go like to some of the fancy numbers, his expected goals against, like per minute that he plays.
Yeah,
it's better this year, or it's lower this year than Dahlin, Samuelson, Power, Byram, and Connor Timmins. Like it's lower than all of those guys. Now the opposite of like your expected goals for how many you score when you're out there is definitely not higher than any of those guys. But that's the number with your third pair guys that I feel like I should care about. Like Stanley's looks good so far, which is like, okay, good sign. I want you to play low event out there. I want you to get the puck out of your own, and I just kind of want things to not happen. And with him, that's kind of the case. Things just don't really happen when he's on the ice. And if you're the third pair guy where I'm just trying not to get run over and dominated by the opponent, like to me, that is a success. The high danger chances per minute played on the ice. He has the best of any defenseman that's played more than Stanley's the only one lower than him. And he's played, barely any games for them. So there are some numbers you can look at that also say, like, no, he is doing his job while he's getting lucky along the way. And if there is a cosmic force to go with it, then I would like to, like, how many games do we really think he'll play in the playoffs? Is it going to be 0?
Yeah.
They won't even try it?
Without injuries.
Like I'm with you. I think it's possible he gets run out and gets out, the physical nature.
Well, we had this conversation about Kessler Ring. I said how many I think you'll see Kessler Ring in the playoffs. Is he now, how many injuries away is Kessler Ring
Who's more likely right now to play a playoff game?
Kessler Ring. Because
Metsa?
Isn't it because he won't get pushed around as they think? He's
I don't know.
If you got to be big in the playoffs, he's big.
That's true, but I think Lindy is showing more faith in Metsa right now than he is in Kessler Ring. What happens when a guy's not in the top 4? Metsa goes up. What was happening with all these defensemen? Who was the guy getting minutes? Metsa. Like, Metsa is going down in part because he's the only one that can go down.
I think Kessler Ring is buried. I don't think we see him.
Okay.
Again. I really don't. I think Lindy can't stand how many penalties he took in the little time he played, and he has never felt like he got in with the group.
This sounds like a bet board move.
Playoff games played?
Who sees playoff action first, Metsa or Kessler Ring?
Oh, I would go first. Especially, I would go Metsa.
I would be on that side too.
I'm not totally disagreeing with like the big physical point about Metsa. Metsa played 8 minutes, and got put on the bench when they played Tampa a couple weeks ago in that crazy game. Like, that game got to a place where it was, I'm not putting him in a game like this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he played a shift in the third period of that game. So, and that could happen in the playoffs too. It's a heavy game. We're playing whoever. We're playing Boston, and it's all being played along the wall, and we're having to really fight and grind for this one. I'm just gonna put him on the end of the bench and play him 7 minutes in this game. Like, that's possible for him.
803-0550 if you want to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Happy Friday. Made it to the weekend. I got a meat raffle I'm going to later today.
Oh, that's fun.
Right?
Meat raffle.
Maybe I'll win something this time.
Yeah.
I got shut out last time. Totally shut out.
It's hard to get shut out at a meat raffle.
It is. It's hard.
That's tough.
Not only is it hard, the hardest thing to deal with at a meat raffle is when there's a table next to you where every person at that table wins everything. And your table gets shut out?
Oh, yeah. I've done that once where I won one thing, and the guy sitting next to me won 13 things
right, yeah.
and had to help him carry everything to his car.
Terrible.
At the end of the night.
All right. I have a Let's Get Stupid at some point to get to about the Sabres, and it is not about a cosmic force leading to Zach Metsa's goals percentage. It's about McDavid. So when you're ready for that,
okay,
we'll dabble. 803-0550. Paul at 7 o'clock on the Sabres, and they've got a big one tonight with Detroit. Very, very big for Detroit. Holy cow. The Red Wings, 3 points out of a playoff spot. They lose.
I could tell you what it does to their playoff odds. The result of the
game. Get this for us when we get back. It's a big game tonight. We've been saying we want Sabres and Red Wings in the first round. Maybe let the Red Wings in. 803-0550. Justin, we'll get your call on the other side. Anybody else wants to jump in on this fun Friday? Happy to have you here. Good morning from WGR. Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a
body? He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Like, there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield.
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3 – or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot. right?
That's
I think that's
kinda,
just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy.
The Sabres look to get back into the win column tonight as the homestand continues against the Detroit Red Wings. Our own Paul Hamilton reports, despite being on the ice for just 2 goals against in 38 games this season, Zach Metsa was sent back down to the Rochester Americans yesterday. Puck drop is set at 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Americans host the Toronto Marlies tonight as well at 7:05. The Bills, they've signed 3 players to 1-year contracts. Guard and center, Austin Corbett. Center, Lloyd Cushenberry III, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield makes a return. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Browns told him they are, quote, 100% definitely not trading edge rusher Myles Garrett. The MLB season in full swing now. The Mets defeat the Pirates 11-7 yesterday. The Red Sox defeat the Reds 3-0. The Yankees continue their series with the Giants today at 4:15, and the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons, they host the Rail Riders to open their season today. First pitch at 1:05. And the Rochester Red Wings, on the road, they open today, taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
The goaltending is the biggest thing. That's always going to be a huge thing. You talk about my business. Like, there's not anything I can really point to and be like, oh, this is now the major factor. I don't want to say that there's regression coming or whatever. It's been over half a season. They're a very good team. I've watched them a bunch. Like, they are really good. They're deep. They get contributions up and down the lineup. Everybody scores. Everybody plays. I don't think you can put a value on the fact that there's not guys at the forward group that play 24 minutes a night. There's not guys that play 5 minutes a night. They all play between 10 and 20. Everybody's got a role. Everybody's valued. Everybody feels that. And what that does to a player's psyche, that's how you build a team.
Everybody ropes, everybody rides. EJ Raddick and Mike Kelly there discussing the Sabres, who are back to it tonight. It's not a black and red game, right? I'm pretty sure it's not, because I would have worn my black and red. I got that new Drink Beer shirt I've been excited to wear. All right, good morning, everybody. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Back to it tonight. Get a win on the board. 2 straight overtime losses. Get a win on the board. Try closing in on the division. The Sabres' odds to open at home, of course, are very, very good. Mm-hmm. And more wins, of course, would kind of close that up. At Money Puck,
yeah, if they win tonight at Money Puck, their division winning odds go to 59.7% with a regulation win. With a regulation loss, they could go down to 40%.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a big swing.
They're going to be in this fight with Tampa for a little bit here, and we'll see if they can stay on top. But, the division is one thing, and, of course, that would mean home ice in the second round if they get to the second round.
Yeah.
But if they finish in the top 2, which I'm looking for that. I want game 1 at home. Whoever that is, Montreal most likely. But right now to open at home, they're about 93%. That's good to be a top 2 seed. Justin in Pittsburgh. Justin, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Funny enough, I actually used to be an intern at the station way back in 2017 when the Bills ended their drought. So coincidence in calling. I actually was up in town for a work trip the past couple months, but I went back to Sabres game for the first time in almost 6 years earlier in the month. Glad the drought's ending, but I have an honest question. So this could be put up for a poll. Had they somehow made it in 2020, because obviously the day that the season got canceled, they were supposed to play in Montreal, and 24 teams made it. So say they get in and play Pittsburgh in that play-in round series, the qualifying round series, would you have considered that the end of the drought? So no matter what happens, whether they win it or they lose it, do you consider that the end of the drought? Because who knows what happens if that series goes their way, but it could mean that maybe they don't ever really fix their issues and we don't have the team we have today, but just wanted your thoughts on it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it would have definitely been the end of a drought. They would have played playoff games. We might have then said they have yet to make the playoffs in a regular full season. This is where asterisks would have been discussed.
We would have been...
But you would not have been able to say 14-year playoff drought. They would have played playoff games.
They would have played qualifying round games, which were playoff games, but the league didn't count them as playoff games officially.
Yeah.
So it would feel like they have made the playoffs, but I think officially their drought would still have existed.
The standings, when it got shut down, they were playing Montreal that night. If I remember correctly, weren't they 4 back of Montreal, but with games in hand?
By points percentage, it was like...
They could have passed them on points percentage. They could have. But, it's not like they were necessarily going to pass them definitely in the standings. They were in 25th place, and 24 teams made it. This is great.
Right. Like Montreal...
It's almost a miracle.
Montreal, who was the 24th team that got in that year, you look at their at NHL.com, it goes as they lost in the first round of those playoffs. But they beat the Penguins in the qualifying round. Right. So I don't know if they count that as Montreal made the playoffs. They won a qualifying. Well, they would have because they made the first round. But is that a playoff series win? They beat Pittsburgh in a 5-game series that was called the qualifying round, and then lost in the first round. It's like the
right.
It's basically, did a first 4 team make the NCAA tournament? Is kind of what it is.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you kind of did.
It is kind of funny though in that scenario. You're almost saying Montreal didn't make the playoffs, but they lost in the first round of the playoffs,
Right. Right, that was Toronto. Toronto that year, who was in second place, I think, they lost to Columbus
in the qualifying.
in the qualifying round. So did they make the playoffs? I don't know. I'm glad we don't have to do that. Because it would, to me, still feel like a playoff drought. Oh, you finished 24th one year, and the year got shut down. And then you lost in a 5-game series that they didn't call the playoffs. Your drought's over? Really?
Yeah.
I think I'd want to fight against that if that had happened. That they would still have a drought.
803-0550. Thanks, Justin, for the phone call. And 1-888-550-2550. Sabres and Red Wings. Big game for the Red Wings tonight, and for the Sabres, of course, stay ahead of Tampa. These teams in their overtime losses. Do you guys?
It really is.
Do you guys
it happened again? You wouldn't be surprised. But Tampa and Seattle just kind of sitting on it in the last 30 seconds last night. You guys are good. Yeah, you're good. We're good too. We'll just take the points here.
This is not my attempt to take any credit for being the first person on this, because I definitely was not the first person on this. But do you guys get the sense that the 3-2-1 point system is getting more and more attention and more run from? Not from necessarily NHL people. I don't see board of governors or GMs talking about it, but it almost seems like it is more out there in the mainstream, where it's, look at this. The 3-2-1 point system would change the standings like this. I almost see a 3-2-1 standings update every couple days. And these games going to overtime, and whenever you see a pair of teams settling in for the final minute of the game or 2 minutes of the game, it just feels like it's getting pointed out more often. I guess this is one of those things where I would, if you did a search of the trend, how often it's Googled, I guess I could do that. Do you get the sense it's getting momentum at all?
I think it's getting momentum amongst fans and people who cover the sport. I think the Olympics put it back at center stage a little bit, and being on the radar for that front. I think it's impossible for me to see it happening while Gary Bettman is the commissioner, though.
Right.
Because he is so stubborn in
everything.
Everything
He's dug in
that
on
is
everything.
Done the way it's done is the best way to do it, and no, we're not going to change anything. Loves the playoff format. He actually did get asked at the press conference before the Olympics. Luke Fox of Sportsnet asked Bettman during that press conference if it's been discussed going to a 3-2-1, and he said, "We like what we have. We're not in search of a problem to fix," is what he said. Even that, he just,
you have a problem, but
he
you just
wants
pretend
to
you don't.
make it sound like it's dumb to even consider that we have an issue. That's his approach on a lot of that type of stuff. So he won't be the commissioner forever. I don't know what Bill Daly thinks of it, or whoever would come in place of him. So I would hope that it's on the radar enough that, hey, next commissioner, maybe it could happen, but I don't think while Bettman's commissioner it'll ever happen.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Top of the hour, Sal, on the Bills and these newest signings. They've added 3 players. A couple of offensive linemen, Austin Corbett and Lloyd Cushenberry, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield is back with the team as well. When we return, if you think the Sabres are a fast team, the numbers check out. We'll give you our stat of the day on the fastest team of the East and the slowest team, who could be a matchup in the first round. It's coming up here on WGR.
How many games do we really think he'll play in the playoffs? Is it going to be 0?
Yeah.
They won't even try it?
Without injuries.
I'm with you. I think it's possible he gets run out and gets out, the physical nature.
Well, we had this conversation about Kessler Ring. I said, how many games? I think you'll see Kessler Ring in the playoffs. Is he now, how many injuries away is Kessler Ring
Who's
now?
more likely right now to play a playoff game?
Kessler Ring.
Then Metsa?
Isn't it because he won't get pushed around as they think? I don't know. If you've got to be big in the playoffs, he's big.
That's true, but I think Lindy is showing more faith in Metsa right now than he is in Kessler Ring. What happens when a guy's not in the top 4? Metsa goes up. What was happening with all these defensemen? Who was the guy getting minutes? Metsa. Metsa is going down in part because he's the only one that can go down.
I think Kessler Ring is buried. I don't think we see him.
Okay.
Again. I really don't. I think Lindy can't stand how many penalties he took in the little time he played, and he has never felt like he got in with the group.
This sounds like a bet board move.
Playoff games played?
Who sees playoff action first, Metsa or Kessel Ring?
Oh, I would go first, especially. I would go Metsa.
I would I would be on that side too.
I'm not totally disagreeing with like the big physical point about Metsa. Metsa played 8 minutes and got put on the bench when they played Tampa a couple weeks ago in that crazy game. Like that game got to a place where it was, I'm not putting him in a game like this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he played a shift in the third period of that game. So, and that could happen in the playoffs too. It's a heavy game. We're playing whoever. We're playing Boston, and it's all being played along the wall, and we're having to really fight and grind for this one. I'm just gonna put him on the end of the bench and play him like 7 minutes in this game. Like that's possible.
Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he though a
body? He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Like there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield.
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3 – or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran-Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like, whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy. All right, this one came from Jason Gregor of Sports 1440, Daily Face-Off podcast as well, tracking the speed of NHL teams by how often they have a skater skate 20 miles an hour, 20 to 22, and then also 22-plus mile-an-hour bursts. I know you saw this. I saw you retweeted a joke because that's where I got it. And the team that skates the most often in the 20 to 22 mile per hour range in the Eastern Conference is your Buffalo Sabres. I almost feel like 20 to 22, Joe, was how fast does the team play, and then the 22 plus is how many super fast guys do you have maybe, but that could just be my interpretation of it. Anyway, the Sabres are not number 1 in the fastest bursts, but in terms of total team, how fast they play, Buffalo's number 1 in the East. Boston is last in the East.
Yeah.
So you have a team that plays fast in Buffalo and a team that does not play fast in Boston. They are near the bottom in the big speed bursts as well. Sabres are kind of closer to the top. So A Buffalo-Boston first-round matchup is a fast team against a not fast team. And the second and third fastest teams for this measure, Islanders and Montreal, two very likely playoff or first-round opponents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Islanders, a lot of that is, we talked about Schaefer earlier. He's number one in like every category for defensemen this year. Like, he's the fastest defenseman in the league.
Yeah.
Want to guess who the Sabres leader is in 20 to 22 miles per hour?
It's not Tuck?
It's not Tuck.
Is it Malenstein?
Nope. He has the fastest speed, though.
McLeod.
Like top speed.
McLeod plays very fast.
McLeod. He's 7th in the NHL,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah. McLeod.
It's why he's so great.
99th percentile for
having McLeod and Tuck on the penalty kill, like that is that is a feature, you know? Like, straight
they
speed.
cover ground. They can be aggressive also on the penalty kill, which is why they create goals, because they know if I overextend here and you get around me, I have enough speed to recover and get back to a spot. That where, like, Benson, for instance, can't take some of the risk that those guys do. He did in the neutral zone the other day, though, because he got a goal off it.
Sabres and Red Wings tonight, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Sabres, Red Wings, and then tomorrow, the Kraken, and then Tuesday,
the Kraken.
The Islanders. I know, right? The Kraken.
Will Bottrell get a video tribute on the Jumbotron?
I will be.
Welcome back, Jason.
I won't be in the building. You'll hear me boo from my house.
Oh, come on. It was bad.
It was bad.
I almost said it wasn't.
It was very, very bad.
You know.
Very bad.
Well, there's been a lot that's been bad.
They are doing what he wanted them to do.
Which is what?
Meaningful games in March.
True.
That.
Yeah.
There was no other answer I think you could have really given there that would have fit the bill. But you picked the one. The Kraken. Yeah, Montour. They have a couple former Sabres. Who else they have? But Montour's the one, though, who played forward here.
Right.
We got to that point.
One quick news item. Tom Brady reveals he looked into a potential NFL comeback.
That's the dumbest.
Listen, we all know what's happening here. Tom Brady can make it 3 days now without getting someone to write something about him.
Mm-hmm.
He can't live without the attention. He's got to go on a podcast and say something about how he could still play.
Mm-hmm.
He told CNBC, I have inquired, and they don't like that idea very much, so I'm going to leave it at that. We explored a lot of different things, and I'm very happily retired. Let me say that, too. Uh-huh. Yeah. So happily retired that you ask about playing.
Mm-hmm.
He has a 10% ownership stake in the Raiders. The question is, like, could he play and still own part of a team? They don't like that idea. Just go do something. Go golf. Go sit on a beach.
He's not going to do that.
Just be an owner in a booth.
Yeah.
He can't not. He, of course, played in the flag football. All I could think of when I saw the flag football highlights of Brady was, sorry.
He did
Ron,
make a couple.
All I could think of was Ron Burgundy saying, and that is in no way pathetic. You're still trying to prove yourself. I mean, which I guess you could say he's one of the all-time greats in terms of drive, and here he is 62 years old claiming he could still do it. He's not 62. But, man, he cannot go days without claiming he could still play.
Mm-hmm.
His last year in the league, his QBR was not very good. He was, like adjusted numbers.
He did lead the league in passing, but the efficiency wasn't very good.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a battle for him. He stepped out, and could he still be serviceable? I'm sure he thinks he could.
I really wanted to see him get truly terrible at the end because this would have all gone away. If he was, who never had comeback stories? Peyton Manning.
That's right.
You want to know why?
We
saw how terrible he was at the end.
His arm didn't work.
Right, his arm didn't work. And if we had seen that from Brady at the end, it really has created for life all of this. He can just at any time, I might play in the Olympics. I thought about coming back to the NFL. Just constant, because the last time he played, he had 4,600 yards passing, and he could probably make the case or just make the claim, hey, did you see what I looked like last time? Wasn't that bad. I could still do it.
I could still play.
Whereas if he had been a train wreck, then nobody would care and he wouldn't say it. Yeah, it's annoying.
Is this, by the way, 803-0550, Sal on the other side, is this the second consecutive day we've worn the same color and it looks like we've coordinated?
A little bit. My hat's different, though.
Yeah.
Let's go Jays. Yeah, hat's different color.
We're wearing these dark, neutral colors every day.
Mine's got a pattern to it, too. Which I don't know if you can actually see that on the YouTube stream, so it might not matter.
Sal, when we get back, some Bills signings, Trent Sherfield, Lloyd Cushenberry, and Austin Corbett. We'll get his thoughts on what it means, and I think it does affect the draft board in the first 2-3 rounds. 803-0550 on WGR. This is not my attempt to take any credit for being like the first person on this, because I definitely was not the first person on this, but do you guys get the sense that the 3-2-1 point system is getting more and more attention and more run from, not from necessarily NHL people? I don't see Board of Governors or GMs talking about it, but it almost seems like it is more out there in the mainstream where it's, oh, yeah, look at this. The 3-2-1 point system would change the standings like this. I almost see a 3-2-1 standings update every couple days. And these games going to overtime, and whenever you see a pair of teams settling in for the final minute of the game or 2 minutes of the game, it just feels like it's getting pointed out more often. I guess this is one of those things where I would, if you did a search of the trend, how often it's Googled, I guess I could do that. Do you get the sense it's getting momentum at all?
I think it's getting momentum amongst fans and people who cover the sport. I think the Olympics put it back at center stage a little bit, and being on the radar for that front. I think it's impossible for me to see it happening while Gary Bettman is the commissioner, though.
Right.
Because he is so stubborn in
everything.
Everything
He's dug in
that
on
is
everything.
Done the way it's done is the best way to do it, and no, we're not going to change anything. Loves the playoff format. He actually did get asked at the press conference before the Olympics. Luke Fox of Sportsnet asked Bettman during that press conference if it's been discussed going to a 3-2-1, and he said, "We like what we have. We're not in search of a problem to fix," is what he said. Like, even that, like,
Right.
he just...
You have a problem, but
he
you just
wants
pretend you
to
don't.
make it sound like it's dumb to even consider that we have an issue. That's his approach on a lot of that type of stuff. So he won't be the commissioner forever. I don't know what Bill Daly thinks of it, or whoever would come in place of him. So I would hope that it's on the radar enough that, hey, next commissioner, maybe it could happen, but I don't think while Bettman's commissioner it'll ever happen.
Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a...
Body. He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Like, there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know, or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield.
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list, or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3 – or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like, whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy.
The Sabres look to get back into the win column tonight as the homestand continues against the Detroit Red Wings. Our own Paul Hamilton, he reports despite being on the ice for just 2 goals against in 38 games this season, Zach Metsa was sent back down to the Rochester Americans yesterday. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Americans host the Toronto Marlies tonight at 7:05 as well. The Bills, they've signed 3 players to 1-year contracts, guard and center Austin Corbett, center Lloyd Cushenberry III, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter, he reports that the Browns told him they are, quote, 100% definitely not trading edge rusher Myles Garrett. The MLB season in full swing now. The Mets defeated the Pirates 11-7 yesterday. The Red Sox defeated the Reds 3-0. And the Yankees, they continue their series with the Giants today at 4:15. And the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons, they host the Rail Riders to open their season today with first pitch at 1:05. And the Rochester Red Wings also open today on the road, taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Buckling up takes less time than listening to this. No excuses. A message from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Bills made a couple of moves yesterday, signing 3 new players. Wide receiver Trent Sherfield makes a return. And then on the offensive line, center Lloyd Cushenberry and a guard Austin Corbett, both who have played extensively in the league, Sal, right? Like, that's one thing about these 2 signings on the offensive line. These guys have a lot – by the way, good morning, sorry. Jumping right into it here. These guys have a lot of experience.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Sorry about that. I got you now. Sorry, I lost you for a second. But that's kind of the MO of the Bills and what they've always had here, which is bringing in a guy a little bit later in the process that has some experience, has some flexibility, and then you kind of just create the competition. There's really only one spot where there's competition here, and that is left guard with Alec Anderson, as to me, the kind of penciled in, go to OTAs as the starter. That doesn't mean it's Alec Anderson's job. He's never been a full-time starter. I think the team, it'd be great if Alec Anderson could win that job. But now you have other guys there who have done it in the league. They've started in the league. And you have a little flexibility if Alec Anderson isn't able to win that job. And let's be honest, I mean, injuries happen, right? I mean, you go through OTAs, you go through training camp. Before you even settle on who your starting 5 are, you may have to kind of start shuffling things. That happens every year. And then, at least you have some guys back up. The third part of that is you kind of let the draft come to you a little bit by doing this, because you don't have to pigeonhole yourself later in the draft and go, we really could use another lineman. Well, if you already have a couple of guys that are, that you brought in, you don't have to think that way, and it opens it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I wonder also, Sal, like the process of, you're not necessarily building a new line. Maybe if Connor McGovern had left, you would think about younger players, but all they have to do is say, all right, what kind of profile fits between McGovern and Dawkins? We've got one change to make here. So Alec Anderson, we know, and then this Corbett or Cushenberry's played almost exclusively center, right? So like that might be less of an option here, but whatever. There are bodies in the mix.
That's right. And when you bring in veterans who have played in the league and have played in different systems, I guess I'd call it onboarding process doesn't have to be as long either. You know what I mean? Like, they are guys who've kind of been there, done that. They've seen a little bit of everything, so you can kind of, put them right in. You look at Lloyd Cushenberry, yeah. I mean, he's played 80 NFL games. You know how many he started? 80.
Yeah, 80.
Yeah, I mean, he has started every single game of his NFL career. They just signed a starter. Now, there has been some chatter, and I've wondered, and people have said, could this mean that maybe McGovern could move to guard? I've never believed that. We asked, Connor McGovern was on our Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast, and I basically asked him this question, like, hey, what about you moving to guard? And, he didn't say, like, that's not happening, but, it's very clear that Connor McGovern loves playing center, and the reason why he even came to Buffalo in the first place is because the Bills gave him a chance to play center. He said when he came in the league, he wanted to be a center, but I don't know if you guys know this, but listeners might not as much. The when Connor McGovern was coming out of high school, he was one of the top-rated centers in the country in high school. He went to Penn State and played center. Then the Cowboys moved him to guard, but he's a center. He wants to play center. So when I look at it, I'm like, okay, is there any sort of design on him moving to guard? And then I think, if not, and you bring in Cushenberry, what does that mean for Cedric Van Pran-Granger? Like, is this a way for maybe Brandon Beane to, get an extra draft pick with a young center on a rookie contract who basically has no path to start right now?
Yeah.
I just think there's a lot of possibilities right now.
Yeah, but the thing, I'd want to see the money on Cushenberry too, because I don't know, him dictating what you do with McGovern, who you just paid a lot of money to, feels like a lot. But like, how does that play in then behind him? Did you sign Cushenberry to be a backup when he started 80 games? Because I looked for him, Sal. He has not played a single snap at any position other than center since his freshman year in college. And by the way, he does have a connection with Joe Brady. He was the center on the LSU team that won the national championship. So
Love it. Good call, Joe.
They've got that. But again, like, if he's got no positional flexibility, I think he's a center, but I don't know, like, what is he good enough, I guess would be the question. Because he's played a lot, but is he good enough to dictate what you do with McGovern?
No, exactly, and I agree with you. And I think, again, that you're not re-signing Connor McGovern unless you're probably keeping him at center, right? I mean, that's your center. You want Josh to feel comfortable with him. He wants to play center. I think you'd have to be transparent. It's not like, I highly doubt you would tell him, oh, yeah, we're signing you and you're our center, and then you say, oh, by the way, we're going to move you to guard. Like, I just don't think that works like that.
I wonder if this could be one of those there, because wasn't this McGovern a little bit, how McGovern hadn't really played center in the NFL, but he had done it in college. He knew he could do it. Like, maybe I wonder if this could be one of those two where Cushenberry has not played guard, but maybe he could tell them, or he would know, like, oh, I can though. Like, I could kick out there and do it if you needed a competition.
Yeah, I think that's what, May is for and June is for, right? And again, I think this might say more about Cedric Van Pran-Granger. Maybe we'll see that. I mean, here's a guy they drafted in the middle rounds 2 years ago. He's been a backup for 2 years. He was on a highly successful Georgia program. He's on a rookie contract for 2 more years. He's very cheap from that standard. And where's his path to play? He doesn't play guard. They did try him a little bit there in his first offseason when he first came in. And then they just kept him at center. But where's he playing? So maybe could we see something with him being moved at some point? And even if it's not now, the draft, but maybe in training camp, you say we have all these guys. Brandon Beane, the one position he's traded more than any other, I think, has been line with Wyatt Teller and Ryan Bates, and who was the other guy they did? They traded that center to New England a few years ago. Remember,
Russell
Bodine. Yeah, like, this is the one position where he's been able to actually recoup a mid or late round draft pick at some point. So I just wonder about Van Pran-Granger as well, and maybe how he fits into this.
Mm-hmm. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, how about Trent Sherfield? A return for him. This is is he the same kind of role that Shavers played, except Shavers got a little bit more run in the passing game because they had a need out there. Sherfield is blocker, right? Very committed to blocking in the run game, plays special teams, gives them good speed, and I know they must have liked him and liked his character. So he returns, and it's more like we'll see if he sticks on the roster kind of guy, but a familiar face, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think he is, guys. He's never had more than, his high watermark for catches in a season was 30, and he's never even come close to that a second time. It was 19 and 11, like 30, 19, 11. You look at his top 3 receiving years, and the last time he had anything in double digits was 3-4 years ago. And I just, including in Buffalo, by the way, where he only had 11 catches on the season. And the Bills, as you guys remember, in that Kansas City playoff game, he was targeted down the field on a late play, right? Like, they put him in situations or when needed with injuries and things like that. But this is not a player that has been on the field a lot in the passing game, in the offense. But it's someone that if you want on the field, you can put out there and trust him to know where he's supposed to be able to block, be a willing blocker. And yeah, he's caught some passes in the league. What he really does is offer you kind of the ability to play kind of all 4 downs, though. If you want to put him out there on first and second down of the run game, fine. If you're on a third down, you need an extra receiver on the field. He's capable, and then he can play on special teams. So really, yes, it's more of a replacement to me for Tyrell Shavers, who is coming off the knee injury. We don't know the timeline on that yet. Maybe we'll get a little bit more clarity on that next week from Brandon Beane. I'm sure, he would say that, he's recovering, and we'll see where it goes in the offseason. But in the meantime, I think you have your guy that you would probably put out there in lieu of Tyrell Shavers if they had to play a game in the next several months.
Sal Capacci with us. We kind of skipped over Corbett a little bit, by the way. Is he any different for you than just what you kind of laid out in general, like veteran guard, like anything else we know kind of about him?
The only way he's different for me is he's more of a guard than a center at this point. I think, he did play more center last year, but he is a true swingman, Joe.
Okay.
He can play all the interior spots. This isn't like we just talked about Cushenberry is kind of just a center. That's not him. He plays guard. He has played guard. He has played center. And he's a starter too, but he has also had a couple injuries over the years. So from the aspect of depth, from competition, no, not any different for me. But from the point of, okay, well, if you're looking for more of a flexible guy and not trying to pigeonhole him, what are we doing here? Corbett's the guy there that, that comes to mind more than Cushenberry for sure.
Saw some other free agent news, like DJ Reader had a visit with the Ravens. And
Ravens, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we're getting to a spot where the second tier of free agents or third tier free agents starts to settle in. Like the Bills adding 3 guys yesterday. Seeing Reader had a visit yesterday. He's been a name on the minds for many Bills fans, Sal, about filling out this roster. Then there's guys that could return. Who knows if it's Sherfield's on a return here. I've mentioned the idea of Von Miller returning on a very cheap deal. I don't know if Daquan Jones has anything left in the tank. The Bills, we see these 3 moves on the offense. I would expect some similar adding to the 90 moves on the defensive side in the next week or so as well.
Yeah, and yes, before the draft, you generally get it. We've already gotten here in March, so yeah, I would think so. It's generally kind of how you operate. Again, I'll go back to you let the draft come to you a little bit. You protect yourself and say, well, let's just not force ourselves in the draft. Let's go get a guy. And I always use Tre'Davious White lately as this from last year. Maybe he's a guy you could go for this, Jeremy, right? He's still out there. Could you bring in a Tre'Davious White so you don't say, you know what, we should get a really, a mid-round pick on another corner. If you sign Tre'Davious White today to a lesser deal than you did last year, aren't you feeling much more comfortable about where your corner position is? Because right now, your outside corners are Christian Benford and Maxwell Hairston. That's it. I mean, if you want to go to Corey Couch and MJ Devonshire and Daryl Porter Jr., we don't know about Dorian Strong's situation. So right now, that's it. That's all they have. You go to the draft, you got to add. You got to add. So if you get somebody before the draft, then maybe not. So I would think that's a spot you could look at before the draft starts. But yeah, for sure, you're going to probably see another, 2-3 guys added. And if not, they don't have to either. They could just kind of wait it out. They could play it and say, let's just wait until after the draft, see where we are. Because as you say, these waves of free agency, there are still guys out there. And teams are doing the same thing the Bills are doing. So unless you know that a guy might sign somewhere and think, you know what, we want a little depth there, I could definitely see them adding. I would say outside corner is one spot where they could add. I mean, I'm never going to be surprised if they add an extra wide receiver. I mean, you're going to bring 15, 17 to camp, basically. They signed one yesterday. And then, yeah, right now, the maybe most glaring spot might be that interior D-line where we're all kind of figuring out who's going to play where and what they want to do there.
As you lay out corner there, Sal, do you think that's one of the reasons that maybe you've noticed you're seeing some mock drafts suggesting the Bills could go corner early, which I think most Bills fans kind of think, I don't see that happening with their biggest asset of this draft. But when you're talking adding corner, you're talking veteran guy, would you see it in the 4th, 5th, somewhere down the board a bit? Obviously, you're always – what's the old phrase? You can never have enough cornerbacks. I would imagine they had somebody, especially with the Dorian Strong situation and not knowing what's there. But you're not putting it in the first-round bucket, right?
I am not right now. I mean – the only way I would be in a situation where we're not really privy to and they feel there's something with Max Hairston that he can't get on the field, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Christian Benford is his contract, by the way, that contract's looking really good right now. You take a look at Christian Benford's money and he signed that contract extension. I don't even think he's top 20 paid in the league at this point. And yet he's just going into that contract extension, and that's such a great value for him. Max Harrison on a rookie deal. And again, coming off the injury, I would have no reason to think that there's any reason he couldn't play. But if there was some reason he couldn't, then sure. But that's all. Otherwise, why would you take where's that guy playing? Why would you use, as you said, Jimmy, your best asset?
No.
Especially considering you don't have a second rounder. It's not like, if you take a first rounder, that, to me, your first rounder is right now, like, he needs to play. And that's generally the case every year. But when you don't have a second rounder, that even makes it kind of more of a bit of a pressure for him to hit on that, for that guy to play. So where is he going to play? I could still keep the door open for safety only because C.J. Gardner-Johnson is on a one-year deal and be a wild card, right? And, like, you want to have a guy. So I could keep the door open for safety, especially because there's a good safety clash. You never know who's there. But even then, like, I just think the starting secondary is set right now. Yeah. Bishop and Gardner-Johnson in the back end, Benford and Hairston on the ends, corners, D. Alford at nickel. Like, if you want a starter, I don't know where it comes from with that 5 grouping when it comes to the draft. I just can't see it at this point.
You mentioned the defensive line, too. Where are you at with TJ Sanders? Like, I think everyone likes Deion Walker at this point, liked his rookie season. And Sanders was tricky, right? Like, it was not a great start, and there was positional stuff. So, I don't know, like, could he be someone you think where between what happens between now and the start of the regular season will tell us a lot about what they think of him? Because they spent a lot to get him, right? Like, they traded up in the second round to take him. And I don't know where they would be at and how much trust they have in him to be a regular starter, a regular player on their defense.
Yeah, I think they like him, Joe. I think that they like a lot of the progress he made last year. It wasn't linear, of course, with him and Deion Walker. They certainly had, different rookie seasons as far as development. But that's what happens. You don't get everybody. I point to Cole Bishop last year with like this. Cole Bishop, his first year, even last year, a couple weeks into the year, Bills fans just wanted to get this guy off the team. Like, oh my God, he was injured. He didn't have a great rookie year. And then look what happened. Like, I just think give it time. You got to let it breathe sometimes. Deion Walker is a bit of an outlier. You draft him in the mid rounds, and look what happened last year. He's one of the best rookie defensive linemen in the NFL. TJ Sanders didn't have that quite a year. But I think there were times where you felt, okay, like I see what he can bring to the table here. I think the biggest question with a TJ Sanders is kind of where he fits in this new defense. Now, I do think he fits on the outside as a defensive tackle, not a nose tackle in a 3-4. But I think you have to kind of figure all that out. Dwayne Carter is still on this team. They made a conscious effort to bring back Fedarian Mathis right away as soon as the season ended. Let's not forget that. That tells you something. The guy was going to become a free agent. And they're like, no, we want him back. Why is that? Then somebody walked in that building and said, keep that guy on the team. Right? So, I'm looking at, what do they think about some of these guys and where they fit? And I think that's the big question you have with TJ Sanders.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys. Have a great day.
You too. A couple additions for the Bills in free agency and maybe a couple additions on the defensive side in the coming days. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Myles Garrett got a lot of attention yesterday. The Browns said they're not trading him. They just did this thing, and they're saying pay no attention to it. Meanwhile, in Cleveland, the conversations on Cleveland radio are all about, of course you should trade this player. Like, in what world would we hang on to this player for another year or two of finding your way to a quarterback and rebuilding? Like, just go ahead, rip the Band-Aid off. It's that spot when you're a team like the Browns. You've been bad for a while. You just fired your coach. Now you have a new coach, and you're starting from zero, but with the best defensive player in the league.
Right.
If you had the best offensive player in the league, singularly, that'd be a quarterback, and you might compete. But on the defensive side, do you not do it because you want to sell tickets to games and people like to see Myles Garrett? Like, on some level, it becomes what? Wait till the deadline, see if we can do it where a team can get him at the deadline. Every year that goes further, doesn't his value diminish? Not that he has to drop off, but if I'm trading for Myles Garrett at age 30 versus Myles Garrett at age 31, 32, just becomes less and less appealing.
He's coming off the best season anyone's ever had as a defensive end, arguably.
30. Maybe the season was too good and the asking price is scaring teams off. But he's 30, and this will be his age 30 season. I feel like you'll get the most you'll ever get.
But him, right, as an asset, it's a sell high. And if you think you're going to win, then by all means, keep him and try to get the most out. Try to go one more year, and if it doesn't work, then you trade him after that. I just don't know how they could think they're going to win. I don't know how they can reasonably think it's worth, let's go one more year and see what we can do. What are you going to do? You win 9 games at best? I think their whole existence right now needs to be about escaping the Deshaun Watson contract and replacing him with a good young quarterback at some point in the future. Probably next year's when you'd want to do that, because that is the year that all these quarterback prospects are coming. And if you get draft capital that you can dump into the 2027 draft, yeah, you're not going to have a very competitive 2026, but there's nothing you can do. It's over, I think. Like Shedeur Sanders or Watson, if he's back on the field, I just don't see how they are a competitive team this season. So I think they should absolutely be looking to trade him and cash out. Go see if you can get 3 first-round picks.
Are they going to start Shedeur Sanders the whole season?
I think they're going to start Watson. The owner is paying him in a gigantic sum of money. I think that owner is going to say, make it work. Maybe Sanders can get out there too, because Watson's probably still terrible. But yeah, I think they're going to give that another swing. They can't get out of it. I mean, he is. I guess this is the final year of his contract. He still has these insane cap commitments after when he's not on the team. Like, he's got 4 void years after this season with cap hits of $35 million, $26 million, $17 million, and $9 million. 2030, he'll cost them $9 million not being on the team for 5 years. So, I don't know. For the amount of money that the owners dish out to him, I feel like that's the guy that could get out there. And how's that going to go? Probably horribly.
803-0550 is our number. One thing, draft stuff, quickly here, we'll do this. Yesterday, talking with Joe Marino, we talked to Joe Marino of Locked On Bills on Wednesday. And on Wednesday, he said his run-to-the-podium player was Caden McDonald of the Ohio State Buckeyes, defensive tackle, kind of classic nose. Mm-hmm. You know, he's pegged to go. I've seen him mock to the Bills a few times. And a little thing happened on the way to talking to Joe 24 hours later about who his run-to-the-podium guy was, because he has been Casey Concepcion pilled. The kids say you get pilled, right? He has.
Yes.
He's in all the way on Casey Concepcion.
The NFL rules of a minority owner.
Oh, wrong clip. Hold on one second. He's all the way in. You do not think twice is one of the things he wrote, or said, rather. You do not think twice. If Casey Concepcion's on the board, you do not think twice.
After catch, he separates, he wins vertically down the field. He's a really good punt returner. This has got to be about when you have the opportunity to give Josh Allen a player like this as he enters his age 30 season, and knowing that you'd have 5 years of cost control on a rookie deal for a guy that turns 22 in September. We see the cost of these receivers. It's going up and up and up. And a big problem with the Bills and their management of the wide receiver position is they simply haven't invested the draft capital necessary to keep the cupboard full. Here's your chance. And I hear every year there's all these good receivers, right? It doesn't matter if there's good receivers every year if you don't participate in picking them. I don't think the Bills should pick a receiver just to pick a receiver at 26, by no means. But Casey Concepcion and what he offers in this dynamic skill set, the guy's got a chance to be an absolute game breaker. I love Caden McDonald. I love Christian Miller. If Casey Concepcion's on the board, you turn in the card, you sprint to the podium, and you get real excited about what this passing offense could look like for 5-6 years.
So it's Joe Marino from the Bill Squad Show on he's all the way in. The bad news is, I'll give you a little bit of bad news on this. The secret's out.
Yeah.
I saw yesterday Hayden Winks, underdog, mocked Concepcion to go 13th to the Rams.
I did also see, though, I think Charles Davis was the one. He had a mock draft where he didn't have him in the first round.
Right.
But I have seen some that have been putting him a little bit higher.
How does he make it there? How does he make it to 26?
That's my question.
Well,
is the drops going to be able to do enough lifting that he is going to fall? Because that is the only thing, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe size a little bit.
His size is not bad. He's like
it's drops, and
he's not small. He's not a gadget guy.
And it would be the other guys at the position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many teams want to go receiver in the first round? And okay, teams love him. Do they love him more than Carnell Tate? Do they love him more than Mekhi Lemon? Maybe that's one that some teams would say yes to that question.
Maybe.
Right now. Do they love him more than Jordan Tyson? Like, I'm going to need the other receivers to stay above him for the Bills to have a shot.
This gets to
Concepcion.
Every draft, every conversation. This is Dan Orlovsky on Ty Simpson, where like it just takes one team to like a guy enough. Henry Ruggs and how high he went. Not saying anything about his career after that and what happened with him, but all it takes is somebody thinks this guy is better. I mean, there are high-profile examples of this, like when the Saints made the Ricky Williams trade way back when. You remember that very famous whole draft for Ricky Williams? Like Edgerrin James was like, oh, that guy? Edgerrin James is actually going to go ahead of this player? Like it's kind of nuts sometimes how you think you know things. Bryant McKinney, I'm going too far back for these examples, but when the Bills took Mike Williams 4th overall, it was supposed to be Bryant McKinney all the way. McKinney. And then the Bills went and said, Mike Williams, we like him better. Like one team liking a player enough can vault his draft stock a half a round. When I'm going back again really far here, but these are the names I remember. Dwight Freeney is a good example of this. Dwight Freeney out of Syracuse, he got taken by the Colts, I believe 11th, and was labeled a reach because like, oh, a lot of people had him later in the first. And it's just always important to remember. Like you might think that guy grades out as a 20th overall pick, but you pick 11th. What do you want to do? You want him or not? And the Colts made that pick and makes sense. So for Concepcion, like the Bills might love him at 26, and if he gets there, they could have a conversation. But the teams in front of them and that point about wide receiver market, every team knows that. Every team knows that this position is one that you should just take. And right in front of the Bills. Like, I don't know if the Bears would take him. I bet the Bears take somebody along the way, but could Cleveland? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh's 21st.
They could.
Carolina at 19. Minnesota at 18 is in the market for a receiver. Is Detroit not in the market for a cheap receiver? The Jets, the Bucks. So I know that Concepcion just had a visit with the Niners, who picked directly behind the Bills. So
that's the thing about receiver is that
everybody knows
but also for most teams, you can have two great ones and you still have to consider them a possibility to pick one. Right? It's a position that because of all the points that are often made about the value of it and getting one cheap, and if you hit on it, the success of that you can have teams like Tampa Bay last year be loaded at receiver, and we're still going to pick Igbokwe.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, okay, the Lions, is that a need of theirs that you would list? Probably not.
They'll take it.
St. Brown and Jameson Williams, you have to think that they might do it, though. The Niners, same thing. Like, the Vikings have Jefferson and Addison. They could take a receiver easily. So there's no team you can really check off. Like, how many could you? Like, no chance at all they pick a receiver in round one. How many teams in the league would even be like that? Green Bay, because they just did it?
I don't want to check
No,
off.
because they lost Dobbs.
They just lost Dobbs. I wouldn't even check off Dallas.
No, I wouldn't check off
Dallas. Could roll out Pickens, Lamb, and a cheap stud and decide we're going to score 50 points. Like, yeah.
The other thing about the position.
It really is. Like, it's no secret. Right. Everybody knows this. We'll see.
It's not off anybody's board.
No, that's right.
Whereas running back would be off your board, tight end would be off your board. If you got two corners, you're not picking another corner.
Cincinnati could go receiver, even though they have Chase and Higgins, because Higgins isn't under contract for that much longer.
All right,
like they signed him to an extension, but there are quick outs if they want to get out. And again, like when you're
Cincinnati, probably is the team you could check off.
Right? I wouldn't check them off.
No,
I wouldn't check them off. No, you'd think they're going to draft defense, but just the idea that it's somewhere on your board,
right?
And Cincinnati picks 10th, so. Maybe he won't go 10th. Maybe he makes it past the Bills. 803-0550. So it always happens with the draft, though. It's just like your own fantasy league, right? You got a fantasy football draft in a week. And you think, oh, man, I love this player. I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to sneak this player through in round 4. Bam, off the board in round 3.
Mm-hmm.
You're in love with this idea, and it's too late. 803-0550. On the other side, we're going to talk tonight's game. Brian Fisher, Locked On Red Wings, will join us. Sabres and Wings tonight at KeyBank Center. And, of course, here on WGR.
Like how many games we really think he'll play in the playoffs? Is it going to be 0?
Yeah.
They won't even try it
without injuries.
AAA. Like I'm with you. I think it's possible he gets run out and gets out. The physical nature.
Well, we had this conversation about Kessler Ring. I said, how many? I think you'll see Kessler Ring in the playoffs. Is he now? How many injuries away is Kessler Ring?
Who's more likely right now to play a playoff game?
Kessler Ring. Because
Metsa?
Isn't it because he won't get pushed around as they think? He's.
I don't know. I don't know.
If you got to be big in the playoffs, he's big.
That's true, but I think Lindy is showing more faith in Metsa right now than he is in Kessler Ring. What happens when a guy's not in the top 4? Metsa goes up. What was happening with all these defensemen? Who was the guy getting minutes? Metsa. Like Metsa is going down in part because he's the only one that can go down.
I think Kessler Ring is buried. I don't think we see him.
Okay.
Again. I really don't. I think Lindy can't stand how many penalties he took in the little time he played, and he has never felt like he got in with the group.
This sounds like a bet board move.
Playoff games played?
Who sees playoff action first, Metsa or Kessler Ring?
Oh, I would go first. Especially, I would go Metsa.
I would be on that side too.
I'm not totally disagreeing with like the big physical point about Metsa. Metsa played 8 minutes, and got put on the bench when they played Tampa a couple weeks ago in that crazy game. Like that game got to a place where it was, I'm not putting him in a game like this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he played a shift in the third period of that game. So, and that could happen in the playoffs too. This is a heavy game. We're playing whoever. We're playing Boston, and it's all being played along the wall, and we're having to really fight and grind for this one. I'm just gonna put him on the end of the bench and play him 7 minutes in this game. Like that's possible.
Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he though a
body? He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
There's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield?
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3 – or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry, that I've got off. And I got Cedric Van Pran Granger on that line still, too. Like, they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like, Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy.
Tonight, as the homestand continues against the Detroit Red Wings, our own Paul Hamilton reports, despite being on the ice for just 2 goals against in 38 games this season, Zach Metsa was sent back down to Rochester yesterday. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. The Americans host the Toronto Marlies tonight at 7:05 as well. And the Bills, they've signed 3 players to 1-year contracts. Guard and center Austin Corbett, center Lloyd Cushenberry III, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield makes a return. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter, he reports that the Browns told him they are 100% definitely not trading edge rusher Myles Garrett. In the MLB season in full throttle now, the Mets, defeated the Pirates 11-7 yesterday. The Red Sox defeated the Reds 3-0. The Yankees continue their series with the Giants today at 4:15, and the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons host the Rail Riders to open their season with first pitch at 1:05 at home, and the Rochester Red Wings open up today on the road, taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Sabres and Red Wings tonight at KeyBank Center. Get a few minutes here with Brian Fisher of Locked On Red Wings. Talk about this matchup. Brian, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for a few quick minutes here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Are the Red Wings collapsing? Is that too harsh? I mean, they've been in a playoff spot that's happened the last couple of years and then drifted out, and it feels like this game for them tonight is important to stay in the race that they have fallen out of.
Yeah, I mean, they got their final back-to-back of the season tonight and then tomorrow against Philadelphia, and they feel like 2 games you just got to find a way to win in. Collapsing, you're right, it is like a harsh thing to say, but if you ask most Red Wings fans, they'd agree with you. This is a team that has a track record in the month of March of not getting the job done, and for, varying different reasons every single month, but it's, at the end of the day, you look at the results are the same. This year you have the nuance of, this being a historically hard division and the playoff line possibly being as high as 99 or 100 points. And so that goes along with it. I mean, the Wings are ahead of their pace from last year by quite a bit, but they just, in the month of March, yet again, couldn't keep pace with all the teams around them. And, the biggest culprit to why this is happening, obviously, the day they traded away their first-round pick and acquired Justin Folk, was also the same day they lost Dylan Larkin to a knee injury, and then 3 games later lost Andrew Kopp. So the timing was just awful. They lost their 2 top centers at the time they decided to finally buy. It just was true irony in a sort of way. But, I mean, at this time of year, there's no excuses, right? The team's got to find a way to get the job done regardless of injuries. And Larkin came back in the game against Ottawa, and they still weren't able to beat the Ottawa Senators, and now they've passed them up in the standings. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of fans would agree with you.
How much of those injuries are the reason why they've lost a lot lately? And did Larkin, I don't know if you could tell this from one game, does it feel like he's not all the way healthy, but he sees where the team's at in the standings and feels like he kind of has to get back in?
I think at this time of year with everything at stake, nobody's playing healthy. And I would say by looking at him in the first game, and again, maybe it's confirmation bias because I'm looking for it, but it looked like he was missing a little bit of the jump that he typically has. He's a player that, prides himself a lot on the amount of giddy-up he has in his acceleration, and it felt like it was missing a little bit there, which is to be understandable rather, because, he just came off a knee injury. We don't know exactly the specifics, but it kept him out for 2 weeks. And, if this weren't a stretch down the line, probably longer. And it's the same with Andrew Kopp. He had a similar type of injury against the Florida Panthers 3 games after Larkin, and he got back even faster than that. So I doubt either of those 2 guys are playing at 100% right now. But as to the impact, the Red Wings did okay. They held their ground. They held their heads above water without Larkin, got a couple of wins in there to keep themselves in the race. So it's not that they were completely incompetent without those 2 guys, but losing them, I mean, Dylan Larkin is going to have another 30-goal season. So having your number one center, not having your number one center for a few games means you call up Sheldon Dries, who's been a career AHL guy, and just the trickle up effect in this one with who become your centermen. You had Emmett Finney, who hadn't played, a 7th-round draft pick from 2023, who's had a fantastic season, making the team outright out of camp. Was not to be expected. He surpassed expectations. Well, now he's playing center, or was playing center before Larkin came back, for the first time since junior at the National Hockey League level. Like, you had a lot of players being asked to do a lot of things, and some players stepped up, but some players didn't, and that's actually the real problem with this team all season long is they haven't been able to score goals. And losing Larkin obviously did not help with that, and it still is a problem even with him back.
What's on the line for them long term if they don't get in and kind of turn it around here, Brian? Like they've got a good veteran core there. Like, not everybody is young. They've got Seider and Raymond, of course, and then there's Yzerman. So, like, I don't know. Is there? I don't want to ask what happens if they miss, but how loud will it get around that team if they do stay out of the picture here?
How loud depends on who you're asking. Fan base, it'll get loud. And probably rightfully so. But if I'm going to be blunt, I don't think Yzerman has anything to worry about. And that's not something that a lot of fans would like to hear if they miss the playoffs again, because it'll be the 10th straight year they've missed the playoffs. And after Buffalo snaps their drought, will own the longest playoff drought in the NHL. And it'll be the 7th year for Steve Yzerman and his rebuild itself. But the thing is Steve Yzerman is a franchise legend. Chris Ilitch, the owner, and Sean Shapiro wrote a really great article about this the other day. He writes sports articles for the Red Wings and the Stars. But the Red Wings make a lot of money, regardless of if they're going to be in the playoffs or not. And Yzerman has Chris Ilitch's full faith that the goal is not to make the playoffs, it's to win a Stanley Cup. So Steve Yzerman doesn't necessarily care if they make the playoffs or they don't miss the playoffs because he's shooting for a Stanley Cup, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We've lived this life. We've lived this life of these words being said, and it's so maddening.
Trust me, I'm there too because I want this team. Raymond and Seider, who are the future, and they're the present and the future of this team, have never experienced playoff hockey. So I'm of the mindset like we got to find a way to make it into the playoffs because that way they understand. It's a different game. I mean, we watch NHL playoffs every year. We understand whistles go away, physicality gets amped up. It's not like October regular season hockey. So this team's got to find a way to get over the hump. And I don't want to go through what the Buffalo Sabres fan base went through for that long. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And this is a Red Wings franchise I grew up watching do nothing but win. So it's a weird spot to be in, to watch them again get to March, and for slightly different reasons, but the end result all the same is kind of choke away a playoff spot.
Yeah. Brian Fisher of Locked On Red Wings. Brian, thanks for the quick preview of the game tonight. And after hearing that, the GM's like, "Oh, it's okay. We're not making the playoffs. We're about winning the cup." Like, thoughts and prayers. That is like that is the tough stuff. Thanks, Brian.
I appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
I mean, that's so tough.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care about making the playoffs because he wants to win the Stanley Cup. Oh, we've got a plan.
Yeah,
that's like
we've heard that
Bottrell stuff. Oh, we're not going to upset the plan. Man, that's such a. The difference is, I guess, the Red Wings have at least spent time in a playoff spot when the Sabres, when they were talking like that regularly. This is GMs ago, and maybe the start of Kevin Adams. Like, no, we're about the Stanley Cup. Like, are you can't what?
As if basically to say that, hey, if we had 78 points and missed the playoffs, that actually is the same as the team that lost in round 2.
Right. Yeah.
Because 31 teams don't win the Stanley Cup.
I wonder if Detroit is Detroit finding its way onto no move clause lists? Like, no thanks. Probably not.
They still have been able. I mean, they got Kane to go there.
Yeah,
they got DeBrincat to go there.
It's an original 6, and it's Yzerman, and it's
I don't think they've had that problem
it's a big
yet.
city. I just it's a franchise that once the Sabres make it, they'll have the longest drought, and they got a legend building the team.
I do think
what's most likely their problem. Anyone want to raise their hand? Anybody want to do it? Go ahead. Let's all say it. They haven't picked anybody high enough.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, the highest they've picked is what? Here are their picks from the first round. 13th, 15th, 9th, 8th, 6th, 4th. That's Raymond.
He's good.
6th, Seider.
Good.
6th, 9th, 20th, 19th, 15th. Like those are their years where they didn't make it.
Yep. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We'll get to Paul Hamilton at 8:30. I've got a Let's Get Stupid for you as well. Sabres and Red Wings tonight. The return of River Hockey. You guys are going to have to talk me off of tonight's game. I've never been more bullish about a single game. I'll explain. Well, that's probably not true. But I'll explain when we get back because of the way these two teams are going right now. This is not my attempt to take any credit for being like the first person on this because I definitely was not the first person on this. But do you guys get the sense that the 3-2-1 point system is getting more and more attention and more run from not from necessarily NHL people? I don't see board of governors or GMs talking about it, but it almost seems like it is more out there in the mainstream where it's, look at this. The 3-2-1 point system would change the standings like this. I almost see a 3-2-1 standings update every couple days. And these games going to overtime, and whenever you see a pair of teams settling in for the final minute of the game or 2 minutes of the game, it just feels like it's getting pointed out more often. I guess this is one of those things where I would, if you did a search of the trend, how often it's Googled, I guess I could do that. Do you get the sense it's getting momentum at all?
I think it's getting momentum amongst fans and people who cover the sport. I think the Olympics put it back at center stage a little bit and being on the radar for that front. I think it's impossible for me to see it happening while Gary Bettman is the commissioner, though.
Right.
Because he is so stubborn in
everything.
Everything
He's dug in
that
on
is
everything.
Done the way it's done is the best way to do it, and no, we're not going to change anything. Loves the playoff format. He actually did get asked at the press conference before the Olympics. Luke Fox of Sportsnet asked Bettman during that press conference if it's been discussed going to a 3-2-1, and he said, "We like what we have. We're not in search of a problem to fix," is what he said. Like, even that, like,
Right.
he just...
You have a problem, but
he
you just
wants
pretend you
to
don't.
make it sound like it's dumb to even consider that we have an issue. That's his approach on a lot of that type of stuff. So he won't be the commissioner forever. I don't know what Bill Daly thinks of it, or whoever would come in place of him. So I would hope that it's on the radar enough that, hey, next commissioner, maybe it could happen, but I don't think while Bettman's commissioner it'll ever happen.
Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a...
Body. He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Like there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield.
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high. Things have not played since November.
Very different teams.
Yeah. Then. The last time these two teams played, by the way, the Sabres have played the Red Wings twice. They have 2 wins, one of them in overtime. And in both games, it's been Colton Ellis in net, Colton Chaos. The last time these two teams played, Ellis is in net, and Isaac Roseanne, Jordan Greenway, Josh Dunn, and Tyson Kozak are all in the lineup.
Wow.
Now, maybe no Ostlund tonight, right? We're going to see if there's some sort of injury for him.
We'll see.
But the Sabres are a different team than they were in November, quite assuredly. So I feel like after the sluggish game against Boston, get a good one in tonight, put down the Red Wings.
Should I feel bad for Red Wings fans?
Did they feel bad for us?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Maybe not because they were going through it, just not as long in the same time. I think the difference there...
They also have 1 million cups.
That's the big difference. They are going through a 10-year playoff drought after a 25-year playoff streak where they won multiple Stanley Cups. The Sabres were not they had 2 great years before the playoff drought started. The Red Wings were a dynasty before their playoff drought started.
They've won 5 cups in my lifetime.
Yeah.
5 cups since I graduated high school.
Right.
Maybe 4. Sorry, 4 cups. 97, 98, 2002, 2008. So
when the last cup was in 08,
yeah.
Pittsburgh?
They played Pittsburgh in back-to-back series, and they split the series.
Yeah, Marian Hossa went on the wrong side of each team.
Yeah.
I remember that. He was on Pittsburgh and they lost, and then Detroit when they lost.
Sabres, Red Wings. Dog of the day. Be a hot dog down there tonight. It'll have calamari on it. Huh? Come on.
Yeah, that's good.
The octopus
wings.
What?
It's Red Wings.
Oh, right. I thought calamari, no?
Wings. Calamari's probably better. Yeah.
Are they
calamari dog?
Are they both cephalopods?
What if the hot dog itself was like...
Come on, I'm dropping cephalopod. It's not stopping anybody.
Cephalopod?
Yeah, they throw an octopus on the ice. An octopus is a cephalopod.
Yeah,
Everybody knows it's a cephalopod.
Yeah. I'm saying...
Did you have that word ready?
I knew it. I didn't have it ready.
I only know it because my kids have a little story that tells them about octopuses that are cephalopods.
Get a full-size octopus and replace the hot dog with one of the tentacles. Fry that. Was that an idea?
Isn't that just the calamari dog?
Yeah, right. But I'm not putting calamari on a hot dog. I'm making the hot dog.
You shouldn't eat octopus.
No?
Too smart.
They're too smart?
Yeah. 803-0550. I was going with it. 1-888-550-2550. That is true. There's evidence they're pretty smart animals. Paul at 8:30. Your calls on anything you want, really. Sabres and Red Wings tonight here on WGR.
The Sabres look to get back into the win column tonight as the homestand continues against the Detroit Red Wings. Our own Paul Hamilton reports, despite being on the ice for just 2 goals against in 38 games this season, Zach Metsa was sent back down to the Rochester Americans yesterday. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock tonight at KeyBank Center. The Americans, they host the Toronto Marlies tonight at 7:05 as well. And the Bills, they've signed 3 players to 1-year contracts. Guard and center, Austin Corbett. Center, Lloyd Cushenberry III. And wide receiver Trent Sherfield is making a return. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Browns told him they are, quote, 100% definitely not trading edge rusher Myles Garrett. And the MLB season in full swing now. The Mets defeated the Pirates 11-7 yesterday. The Red Sox defeat the Reds 3-0. And today the Yankees continue their series with the Giants at 4:15. And the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons host the Rail Riders to open their season today, first pitch at 1:05, and the Rochester Red Wings also open today on the road, taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Yesterday in the Sweet 16, Purdue outlasts Texas 79-77, nearly an upset. Iowa upsets Nebraska 77-71. Illinois took down Houston 65-55, and Arkansas fell to Arizona 109-88, so a bit of a blowout there. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Him as a player, like he's a bigger physical player, so you kind of get in a rhythm of the game, like as the game goes, and not like he kind of like lulled me to sleep, but he like, boom. I was just like, yo, great move. Players play. I'm glad that he is with us. I'm glad that they picked him up. I have a relationship with him, and this is also a right now choice for Buffalo. And I'm happy, and my thumbs up are for Chubb.
Deion Dawkins on Bradley Chubb, one of the new additions to the Buffalo Bills. They added 3 other players yesterday to the offensive side: Trent Sherfield, Lloyd Cushenberry, and Austin Corbett, the last 2 being offensive linemen, and Trent Sherfield, who you remember from previous wide receiver conversations, jumping in the fray. He's bounced around to a couple different teams. He blocks. He plays special teams. That's that. So he jumps into one of those potential spots. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Friday. Got some Bills, got some Sabres on the docket. Sabres and Red Wings tonight.
The tournament, of course.
The tournament
is back rolling.
The games
the
games last night were great.
Oh, they were awesome.
And Iowa beating Nebraska with a very pivotal play. Nebraska having 4 players on the floor.
Right.
Tough.
Iowa works for me as an underdog.
Yeah.
I know they're not a mid-major. I know they're not a Cinderella as a 9 seed, but just in general, I think this is them in football too, isn't it? Like, they are never the favorite. They are always the underdog, right? So they can qualify here, I think, to some extent as a. I don't want to go full-blown Cinderella because
no, that's right. But their coach is can he be Cinderella? Can a coach?
I don't think I know the story about the coach.
The coach has won the Division II title 4 times.
Okay.
And he's a little bit like the the football coach. Who
Kirk Cignetti?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Google me, I win everywhere I go.
Yeah. Ben McCollum.
Yeah, Ben McCollum is the Iowa coach, and he just wins everywhere. And he spent a year at Drake. He was Northwestern Missouri State for 15 years.
Oh, wow.
Won all the time.
Mm-hmm.
His tournament record with Division II is 32-7.
Yeah, 4 Division II titles.
Yeah, and then he goes to Iowa, and they're just getting results. So, in 2 years, is he going to be at Duke or something, or wherever?
Right.
But I feel like there's a little bit of that where, anytime a guy wins on the lower level and is kind of explain, all right, somebody finally takes a chance. Drake gets him for a year. Then he goes to Iowa, and now they're just in the Elite 8. I think that's a Cinderella story.
There was a 1-year stop at Drake in the middle, which he made the tournament.
Yeah.
So,
right, like sometimes
we won a game.
Sometimes we treat Cinderella like it's only a 3-week proposition.
Yeah.
What was Indiana football? Indiana football was from nowhere to pretty good to national champion. Almost like a 2-year Cinderella story. And that's the other thing. Is Cinderella also built into the tournament is the idea that you flash and you have your moment and then you go away again. Otherwise, you just become a powerhouse. Is Indiana football just here to stay? It very well might be. So now they go from being the underdog, the plucky underdog, to being the established team that you know about. And, college sports and the way these conferences have shifted over the years, like you get different powerhouses than you do in years past. Florida basketball went from, an afterthought to a national powerhouse.
Yeah.
Alabama hiring Nate Oates was their attempt to take a step to another level, right? So
I do think that the other thing that happened yesterday at least, that is maybe the benefit of not having the 15 seed that pulled off a crazy couple of upsets and then getting to play the 2 where they very regularly, not all the time, but regularly would get destroyed in a game like that. You have a higher chance at a blowout, I think, when those Cinderella teams make it this far versus these bigger schools that have higher level recruits are going to give you more competitive games. And then I'm going to be more interested if I'm getting a close game down the stretch between Purdue and Texas. Depends. If you get, I like having one Cinderella. I don't want all Power 5 schools, but I don't want a bunch of blowouts at the same time. And not having a team that's punching above their weight still here, I think is limiting those.
Do we have our own Cinderella story here with the Sabres?
They are that. They're definitely that.
Definitely. Like I said, sometimes it's 3 weeks and we think of it in the span of one tournament where a 12 seed makes it to the Final Four.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be a team that people did not think was going to be good winning the whole thing. Like Seattle, the Seahawks, to a point. You get to a spot and it's, oh, no, never mind. This is not a surprise. They're actually really good. And they were the 1 seed. So you kind of want to say, it's funny, now I'm thinking about this. Josh Allen is a 0-star recruit. He becomes this idea of an underdog, and his draft profile is polarizing. Some think he'll be good. Some think he's a project. Some don't like the pick. He goes 7th. A 7th pick is not some sort of underdog story, but the 0-star recruit is the pretext for all that. So that's how it becomes an underdog story. Now, if the Bills win the Super Bowl with Josh Allen, you would say, oh, well, of course, he's the best. They're supposed to. But if you go far enough back, it comes from kind of a nothing story.
Right. That's right.
And that's the Sabres. That's
right.
It's
the drought.
It's the drought. Yeah. They're expected to be bad. We're into a season this year. They are bad again. And then they rattle off, 35 wins in 42 games.
They just go off and have the best 42-game stretch that any team's had in 30 years.
Yeah.
Which is the case, right? 95, 96 Red Wings was the last time a team's had a half a year like this. That is maybe the most incredible part of it, isn't it? Not even just that they're going to make it, that they are going to turn around the season, that no one's had a stretch this good in 30 years. That's how good it is. Because that gets to, a Cinderella story, I think, for them in hockey would have to come in the playoffs. If they lose in the first round, then it'll be remembered for us, and the season will have been great, and they'll get a hand clap, but it won't be something that goes down in the record books for the NHL. It won't be part of the folklore of the league if they just get bounced in the early rounds. But if they do make a deep run, they go to the Cup, it'll be one of the most memorable seasons, I think, that hockey has seen. Right? It would have to. Team that came from a place that no one's ever come from before. There has never been a playoff drought that long in hockey history, to last place in the conference at the beginning of December to, okay, now they're competing and challenging for the Stanley Cup. Are they in the conference finals? Are they in the finals for that? I don't know what you want to set the bar at, but I think if they go on a deep run, it becomes a all-time hockey story beyond just an all-time Sabre story.
It's one of the reasons I want the division. I want the division.
I just want the division because of Coach of the Year. But yes, I want Coach of the Year.
I want the division so in 8 years we can look at that banner and remember this season. And they won the division in 2010-11 too. And that's
the last banner up.
That was a bit of a surprise, and that was wire to wire, and that's the last division up. You can kind of look at those. Go 506, we always talk about that, has no banner, right? They didn't win the division.
Yeah.
Didn't win the Eastern Conference. 06-07 has division, President's Trophy.
Yep.
Like there are certain things that get banners, and if this team finishes in second place, they might not get any sort of commemoration for what they are. It's almost like you want to put a banner up that says like the team that got us all back. I was thinking about the numbers of season tickets too. Like let's say hypothetically, the Sabres add what was the number at down to
9,000 is what it was said in July.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's say they add 7,000 season tickets, and they're up to the math there 16,000 season tickets. How many actual people is that? Because if you have 16,000 season tickets, that is probably close to 50,000 people. A lot of people split their packs, right? You and I are now in a new season ticket group. That's a pair of season tickets, but that's 4 people that have now committed to going to games again. And if you had season tickets these last however many years, maybe, friends, brothers, sisters have decided, like, actually, can I get 5 or 10 of those games too? Like, I think about the new blood or the old blood, whatever. It's like old Sabres fans that are coming back that are about to start going back to games on Tuesdays against Winnipeg again, where there aren't these dead spots. Tonight's game should be live.
Yeah.
Friday night, Red Wings. Then tomorrow, like a late afternoon game against Seattle. This homestand, I told you on Tuesday when they played, I could hear the crowd on the radio against Boston. It was intense already. Just going into the game, like, this sounds like a playoff game. And then tonight and tomorrow, like, 803-0550. How's it hitting everybody? Is it feeling like a Cinderella story? Like that this is still magic at this point? That they've done what they've done? I'm gonna play the Red Wings here, and like, man, listening to our guest at 7:30 talk about how the Red Wings are missing the playoffs again, and their GM is gonna tell a story. Well, we're not about the playoffs. We're trying to win the cup. And I just, you see another team living that life, and oh man, we were there like a year ago.
Yeah,
where the old GM would want to talk about sustainability for the cup,
right?
And how do you ultimately get that? You end up being good, and doesn't this look sustainable? Hey, they're just good.
Yeah,
not some sort of
mystical
formula.
And now people believe in it, and it helps you get players, and it every impact is positive. Every impact is positive. That's one reason. One thing I didn't think was respected enough when they missed the playoffs by 1 point a couple of years ago is the franchise, Adams especially, did not look at that as a missed opportunity. They looked at it as totally fine. Oh, he's going to get bounced in round 1 anyway by Boston. Like, that was the attitude. The GM took offense to the idea that the season was a failure because you didn't make the playoffs. Like, I on some level I got it, but there was no respect to what that could have meant with your own players, with getting other players to come here, with just being like everyone seeing that you're going in the right direction, getting the playoff drought off your back. Like that is all happening now, and I do think there is a real value to that the Sabres will have. Like, I think even though Colton Parayko said no to them at the trade deadline, I think if they go out and try to find players this offseason, they're going to have a way easier time doing it. Even if they lose in round 1, I think they'll have a way easier time doing it.
Parayko also, like, the postscript of that, or going back and what he has said since, like, maybe not everyone has seen this. He kind of said that's a really tough decision to make in a day and a half.
He also kind of said that he implied that he was into the idea, and his agent almost like, let's slam on the brakes here a little bit. Like, sure, like, I want to get the exact wording right. His agent almost seemed like he kind of convinced him, like, maybe you don't want to rush this.
Yeah.
But he also did say, like, I'm a guy that, like, I don't know what to order when I'm in the coffee line, when I'm ready. And, like, making that decision in a day when I'm on the West Coast, he wasn't even home.
Right.
With his girlfriend.
You're making phone calls. You're trying to figure it out. Like, listen, are we trying to protect ourselves here? Sure. But the point is, if you have that same deal, maybe not for the same player, but for somebody else, at the end of June, and like, hey, we got this deal. You want to take some time? Yeah, give me a week.
He made it sound like to me that if they revisited it, I don't know if they would, but if they revisited that idea in the summer, he might get to saying yes.
Yeah.
And that is different than I'm not coming to Buffalo.
I was going to say, like,
talking about? What are you talking about?
Maybe there are some franchises you don't need an hour to think about it. You say yes. And there's some franchises you say, don't even ask me because I'm going to say no.
Right.
And the Sabres drifting out of the don't even ask me into the let me think about it. Like, right. I know It's sad, but that is still progress. And the idea would be moving from the let me think about it to I think this is a good idea. I'm just going to take 2 days to decide. Like that's small progress. This leads beautifully into my Let's Get Stupid. I have a Let's Get Stupid. It's a Friday, and this thought came to me yesterday. It's a little bit of the Austin Matthews conversation. Have you seen the latest on Matthews? In Toronto, they're talking about you can't let the Marner situation happen where he leaves for nothing. Yeah. You've got one of the Toronto legends who worked in the media for a long time saying Matthews will be traded this offseason, like maybe to Utah.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, wouldn't it be the saddest thing ever if the kid that grew up loving the Coyotes went to the Coyotes after they left?
Right.
But I've got a Let's Get Stupid if you want to. You want to kick this around?
Yeah.
All right. Let's hit the music. Let's do some Let's Get Stupid.
Well, I'm convinced, folks, that's pretty much the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
McDavid becomes available this offseason. He says, I'm done. Put together a trade package.
Yo, you don't even know what stupid is.
On WGR.
That's the dumbest thing you could have said.
Sports Radio 550.
I can see it in Joe's eye. He knows what it is.
I know what it is, but also I want to read really quick. I want to get the detail that Parayko thing I let off.
And I've not told you what it is, but I'm excited.
No, you haven't.
I'm excited that you probably know what this is.
The Parayko thing with his agent, the exact wording was Parayko said he talked to his agent after the trade happened. They talked about Buffalo being a legit team and their D-core maybe being the best in the NHL. Parayko seemed interested, but his agent told him that was his adrenaline talking. That was the line that I remember.
Yikes.
So he might have been into it.
Who's the agent?
It's actually in here.
Let's boo this person.
Johansson?
Boo.
Something Johansson.
All right, Joe. So
right, let's get stupid.
You think you know. What's my Let's Get Stupid?
Maybe I don't know. Is it just trading for McDavid and Matthews?
It is not. It is not. It is. Would a team? McDavid has 2 more years in Edmonton, right?
I think it's 1 more year after this year.
Okay, I thought it was 2 years after this year, but okay, good. Whatever it is, McDavid's time in Edmonton, whether he wins or not, he's signed for 2 years this last time for $12.5, way under what he should get. And I'm just over here thinking...
You're right, 2028, he's a free agent. Yeah.
So, do teams leave little McDavid-sized cap numbers out there for when he is choosing his next spot? And you might say, well, when the time comes, Edmonton will trade him for as much as they can, but not if they have a chance to win the Cup that very year.
Mm-hmm.
My Let's Get Stupid, I was driving around yesterday thinking... I wonder if the Sabres could get good enough to get to a point that when McDavid is choosing where I want to go next and get the job done. Again, this is Let's Get Stupid. We're allowed to say whatever we want here, and no one can say that's dumb and stupid because we know it's stupid. What do you think? Is the timeline starting to come together? The prophecy, the planets are aligning. 2029, finally. 14 years after righting the wrong, he's on the ice wearing 97 in blue and gold.
Just 28, 29 would be the year for that.
Is it? If nothing else. Listen, we're on this year. We're on this year. Win the Cup. Whatever. Can I not now, if they're going to be good, start to think about getting the best players that are trying to finish the job somewhere?
Yeah.
We're way ahead of ourselves.
Here's what you need to do.
They've been good for 2 months.
All right, here's what
and
the playoffs,
I'm already like dynasty talk.
Here's what the playoffs are all about now. It's not just about trying to win the Cup. It is you're trying to show McDavid you can win the Cup here. You come here, we'll win the Stanley Cup.
Extend it past him. Make it anybody. I mean, but sure. This is the guy that I thought of.
But this guy, if he leaves Edmonton, it will be because he does not want to go down in history as the greatest hockey player who's ever lived that didn't win.
And everybody knows the place to fix that is Buffalo.
Right. If you've made the conference finals or if you've made the finals or, you do something like that between now and then, yeah, that's your sales pitch.
Then again, maybe
because I've long said
maybe just win it.
Right, or win it.
Part of this question is, would anybody like that think about, I want to go somewhere I can win it, but if I go somewhere that's already won it, sure, I win, but do I get criticism for that?
It depends if they just won.
Right.
Also, like Durant got criticism not just because he went to a team who had won. He went to the team that just won.
Right. And Durant, I would often say, who cares? You're still one of the best players on a championship team. But if you're someone that's sensitive to that idea,
right. But that's where for over a year now, I've felt that if he leaves, the place he's going is Tampa, because Tampa has proven they can win. It isn't. It's a couple years ago now, right? It's 3-4 years ago now. And, that is proven winner. You could talk about his relationship with Cooper.
You could. Do you want to know how big that April 6th game just became in my head?
It's the McDavid Bowl.
It's the beginning of putting them down. So in 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to leave.
Yeah, I think
that team is declining.
He'll play for another team. I think he'll play for another franchise.
I mean, they are. He might be more frustrated than just that they haven't won the cup. I heard a good breakdown of what's going wrong in Edmonton right now, and they're going to make the playoffs because their division, as McDavid put it, is a giant pillow fight right now.
That's how good and how competitive he is that even though you're going to make the playoffs, you're like, this is a joke.
Yeah, right. He's mad about it.
Yeah.
That this is how we're getting in. Is that they, as an organization and as a coaching staff, they have no pivot on how to play. And that's what's gotten them in trouble with Florida. They just resign themselves to, Florida knows how to play against our system, and we don't have another way to play. That this year, everyone is now doing that to them, and their plan B has been, we'll just play McDavid and Draisaitl more. They actually were using the Sabres as a comparison. It was on Daily Faceoff yesterday. That when the Sabres, you take away their high cycle run and gun, they have another way to play and be successful. Edmonton does not have that, and McDavid sounds like a guy right now that knows when teams shut us down, our solution is just play the hell out of me and Leon 30 minutes a night and ask us to carry the load. And how is that a place to live as a team? So he seems frustrated. And he seems frustrated all the time. He was frustrated in the finals. Couldn't even win the gold medal. I think he's going to have an urge to get somewhere where he can make sure he wins.
Right, that question after they came back from the Olympics where he was asked, hey, has it been frustrating that, the winning hasn't found you yet?
Yeah.
He's like, thanks for that.
Right. Right.
Anyway, 803-0550. This has been Let's Get Stupid.
We're going to get McDavid? He'll be 31.
Maybe 32.
When his contract expires? Or is he 31 now? No, he's not 31 now.
How old is Sidney Crosby?
37.
Okay. Sidney Crosby, 38.
38.
Crosby.
Sorry.
And Crosby has been very, very good until what age? Now?
He's still great.
Yeah.
McDavid will be 31 when his contract expires.
Yeah, Crosby's not the best player in the league anymore, but he's still super great and useful and an Olympian. And how many years is McDavid going to have left?
10. What will the number be? The cap will be $130 million by that point. $20 million? Want to carve out $20 million for him? Do I not pay Alex Tuck because I have to save room for McDavid?
That's part of my Let's Get Stupid. Are you leaving a little McDavid-sized? Are other teams going to do that? When the time comes where he's about to hit the market in the following offseason, I think you better believe you'll be talking about which teams have the space to make it happen. Just like a Myles Garrett conversation.
Imagine Yarmo in a meeting just being like, Alex, listen, we like you as a player. We don't even think this is an unfair number that you're asking for, but we just can't do it because we think we're getting McDavid in 2 years. Sorry.
803-0550. Paul Hamilton on the other side, not exactly about this conversation, but more about Zach Metsa and the Sabres and Red Wings, a preview of tonight's game. Detroit needs it badly. They are falling out of the playoff picture. Sabres firmly in it. Tampa lost in overtime last night, so that's good. 2-point lead with 1 game in hand for the Sabres. Go ahead and get a win tonight. Try and expand that. Tampa next plays. There's only 2 games tonight, by the way. Sabres, Red Wings, and Blackhawks, Rangers.
The Lightning play tomorrow against Ottawa.
Tomorrow afternoon.
They start their run of Atlantic teams coming up here soon.
If you like hockey, tomorrow is loaded. 1 o'clock, 3:30, 5 o'clock, Sabres at 5:30. games at 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 10:30. It's a big stagger day in the NHL. Full slate going up against college basketball. Jeremy and Joe with Paul Hamilton on the other side. Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a...
Body. He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47
Jeremy, what are you for?
guy.
AAA insurance?
Yeah, right?
Probably.
Like, there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield?
Yep. I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years. I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina, but Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list, or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3, or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry, that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like, whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy.
Like, how many games do we really think he'll play in the playoffs? Is it going to be 0?
Yeah.
They won't even try it?
Without injuries.
Like I'm with you. I think it's possible he gets run out and gets out, the physical nature.
Well, we had this conversation about Kessler Ring. I said how many games. I think you'll see Kessler Ring in the playoffs. Is he now, how many injuries away is Kessler Ring
Who's
now?
more likely right now to play a playoff game?
Kessler Ring.
Because Metsa?
Isn't it because he won't get pushed around as they think? I don't know.
If
you've got to be big in the playoffs, he's big.
That's true, but I think Lindy is showing more faith in Metsa right now than he is in Kessler Ring. What happens when a guy's not in the top 4? Metsa goes up. What was happening with all these defensemen? Who was the guy getting minutes? Metsa. Like, Metsa is going down in part because he's the only one that can go down.
I think Kessler Ring is buried. I don't think we see him.
Okay.
Again. I really don't. I think Lindy can't stand how many penalties he took in the little time he played, and he has never felt like he got in with the group.
This sounds like a bet board move.
Playoff games played?
Who sees playoff action first, Metsa or Kessel Ring?
Oh, I would go first. Especially, I would go Metsa.
I would be on that side too.
I'm not totally disagreeing with like the big physical point about Metsa. Metsa played 8 minutes, and got put on the bench when they played Tampa a couple weeks ago in that crazy game. Like, that game got to a place where it was, I'm not putting him in a game like this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he played a shift in the third period of that game. So, and that could happen in the playoffs too. This is a heavy game. We're playing whoever. We're playing Boston, and it's all being played along the wall, and we're having to really fight and grind for this one. I'm just gonna put him on the end of the bench and play him 7 minutes in this game. Like, that's possible.
Zach Metsa was sent back down to the Rochester Americans yesterday. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock tonight at KeyBank Center. The Americans, they host the Toronto Marlies tonight at 7:05 as well. The Bills, they've signed 3 players to 1-year contracts, guard and center Austin Corbett, center Lloyd Cushenberry III, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield is making a return as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Browns told him they're 100% definitely not trading Myles Garrett. The MLB season in full swing. The Mets defeat the Pirates 11-7 yesterday. The Red Sox defeat the Reds 3-0. Today, the Yankees continue their series with the Giants at 4:15, and the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons host the Rail Riders to open their season today with first pitch set at 1:05, and the Rochester Red Wings also open today on the road taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Yesterday, some results from the Sweet 16. Purdue outlasts Texas 79-77. Iowa defeated Nebraska 77-71. Illinois defeated Houston 65-55. And Arizona demolished Arkansas 109-88. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra miles since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Sabres game night, Friday night at KeyBank Center, and it'll be the Sabres and the Red Wings. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Mr. Paul Hamilton.
Be a late night for you, Paul, if you're staying up to watch Iowa State. It's like 10:20.
That's perfect for you, Paul. You'll be home and you can catch most of the second half.
It is. I was very happy to see that game time because I will be able to see the whole game.
Do you, Paul, while we're talking tournament here, would you like to see an Iowa State game at some point in this tournament, or is that like too intense?
Oh, sure. Yeah, they played earlier in the year, so because they have their rivalry game every season, so
right.
They did play early in the year.
Well, the reason where would they play? Do we know that they're in the same side of the bracket? Could we get an Iowa State national championship? Is something I'm basically asking.
Iowa is in the South, and Iowa State is in. It would be a semifinal. Iowa State's in the Midwest.
So Final Four?
Yeah, Paul, the reason I ask it like that is sometimes you don't want to play the team you hate the most because then if you lose, it hurts twice as much, but you're not afraid of that?
No, doesn't bother me at all.
They're a 9 seed. You're writing them off, Paul.
Already writing them off. 3 games away from each other.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Speaking of 9 seeds or teams that are this is a rough transition, but Detroit. Paul, the Red Wings are falling apart. We had a Red Wings guest earlier saying like this is kind of what they do. And the Sabres will look to have a bounce-back game here. They have not had, obviously, like they win all the time, they've not had too many stretches where, you maybe don't love their game, where it's 2 to 3 to 4 or 5 games in a row. And they didn't like their game against the Bruins, so I'd expect a big response tonight from Buffalo.
Yeah, I would expect that. And they had a practice yesterday, which when they have 3 games in 4 at this part of the season, they normally wouldn't. But Lindy, it wasn't long. I mean, it was only like 20 minutes, but still he got him out there and worked on a couple of things that he wanted to work on. And just did a little bit of power play work and got him out there. So, they're obviously not happy with the way they've been playing recently. And but the thing is too, there have been some games recently they haven't liked, but on the other side of that coin, they're in those games. I mean, it was a San Jose game. They weren't playing well at all. And next thing you know, they were up 3-0. It was still 0-0, even though they weren't playing to what they wanted. The game against the Bruins, as Lindy Rupp said, it was the worst game, the worst first 2 periods in probably 3 months. But they were right there. I mean, they weren't out of the game at all. I mean, they were. It was 1-0, 1-1, 2-0, 2-1, and then they came back and got ahead. So that's the difference. A lot of these games, like the Bruin game, they probably would have been behind 6-2 last year or the year before. But they weren't playing well. They weren't playing up to their standard, but they were still right there with an opportunity to win the game.
Mm-hmm. Is the turnover sloppy play thing, is it gone on long enough that you're concerned about it or want to see a game where they don't do it at all? Because you just mentioned it. Like, it's really, 4 games in a row? You could say they've had at least a little of that in their game.
Yeah, the Kings game was when Panarin scored, it ended.
Right.
And then they played really well. I think Lindy Rupp talked about, that was one of their better games in a while. It was like, all right, they finally got back to Sabre hockey, and the Kings scored the first period. So it was like the first 8 or 9 minutes that it wasn't going well, and then they got back to playing the way they're capable of playing and did for the rest of the game. So that was one where they turned it around rather quickly. I don't know if I'd say I'm concerned about it or anything. You could probably say neither goaltender liked their last start, which we haven't said in a long, long time. I think especially the point being that they have points in 14 out of 15 games still, and the only game they lost was the Washington game, and they almost got points in that game. If you recall, Washington scored a minute 33 left in the third period to win 2-1. So they almost got points in that game. So they were that close to making points in 15 straight games.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Alex Lyon likely he will get the net tonight. They alternate back and forth. The Red Wings in the 2 games, Paul, have seen Colton Ellis, so they've not seen Lyon yet. And it's funny, like we talk about this team. You mentioned Washington there. There's Anaheim, and then there's Boston. They're giving up late goals. Vegas got tight because they give up late goals. And I wonder, it's not exactly the kind of thing you can practice. Like, hey, let's get a 1-goal lead and not give up late goals. But in terms of that being a thing that's happened to them, does Lindy Ruff have an answer? I'm sure he wants things to get better there, but what are they going to do differently to make sure that they can hold on and close out these leads, which they've done very effectively all year? It's just, a couple of blips, and I feel like the last 2 games are a good example.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of games along the way, like they had a 3-0 lead and it got to 3-2, but it didn't get to 3-3. They held on and held on to the 1-goal lead and won the hockey game. So it was maybe starting to happen a little bit that way, but they had gotten such good leads that even though the other team pushed back a little bit, they didn't push back all the way, and they were really never getting back all the way. So it's you take a look at one of them, like the Anaheim game. If you don't take a penalty with 230 some odd back, I want to say 233, something like that, you probably win the game. You'd come back in that game, you had the lead, and you gave Anaheim a 6-on-4. Well, there's 2 open guys out there in a 6-on-4, and so you're probably going to have your goaltender stand on his head or get the puck and get it out where you can run a little clock and make them go back and regroup, which the Sabres almost did but didn't. And, next thing you know, there's an open guy in the slot and it's in the net. So that was the problem there. And that had been a problem for a long time with this team, taking that late penalty. And very often they were getting away with it because they were so good at killing penalties. But it still made games dicey because, you were, again, giving teams 6-on-4s and that type of thing. So they do practice more now, the 6-on-4 type situations, which they didn't practice all that much. But when those started becoming into play and that kind of thing, they're starting to practice those situations a lot more.
Paul, Zach Metsa sent to Rochester. Do you feel like that's I don't want to say permanent. Is that like a back and forth move? Is there a reason to make that move that makes sense? Like there's no roster limit now, right? I don't know. How do you see Metsa being sent down?
I didn't see that coming, even though Timmins, I thought, played his best game as a Sabre coming back the other night. For whatever reason, they don't give Metsa a chance to kill penalties. I think he'd be fine at it. But where Timmins is like a very, very good penalty killer and then came back and played a good game 5-on-5 also, but it was only one game. So, I think they thought, well, Timmins played really well. He's back into the swing of things. We're going to use him, probably because of penalty killing. And why have Metsa just sitting here? So you can always bring him back. And I think if the defense doesn't get hurt right now, like the guys you see out there, which I think will be Timmins, and nobody gets hurt, I don't think he'll be back until the Amerks are done. I think if somebody gets hurt, he will be back and probably playing. So I think that was what Jarmo Kekalainen decided, that he got a chance to see Timmins play. He liked what he saw. He's a penalty killer, so he's going to play.
Do you almost feel like even though he's not here anymore because he's the guy that can go down, he still would be their seventh defenseman? Like, basically, I'm asking, how buried is Kessler Ring right now that even though Metsa's not here, he's still behind Metsa in the pecking order, right?
I would think so, yeah. I would think so. So we know Lindy Ruff, like Metsa, he's talked about him many times, and then put him in the lineup ahead of Kessler Ring and Schenn. And for the 5 games I believe he played with Stanley, I thought they played well together. And again, Metsa still, he leaves hasn't allowed a goal, has not been on the ice for a goal since October. Mm-hmm. That's still in effect. That hasn't changed. And has only been on the ice for 2 goals against all year. So, those numbers are still there and still very impressive. But my guess is, and Lindy Ruffle talked today. My guess is that penalty killing had something to do with that decision.
Do you feel like there's no reason, I guess, to shut him down if you can have him available? Like Kessler Ring with the injuries and not being healthy, like, wouldn't it just be a good idea to shut him down for, I don't know what the timeline would be, to the playoffs? Because if he's not going to be playing, like, what does he do? He's just practicing and not being a part of it. It's just kind of crazy that we've gotten here. He was the main piece of that trade when it happened, and now it's not really even close to happening for him, not on the ice or even being in the lineup, it seems.
Well, you don't know he's not going to be playing. They could get 3 injuries quickly.
Right.
Ask Jay McKee and Teppo Newman and that group all about that. But so it's a possibility, he could get in there. He's never been hurt before. This is the first time he's been through injuries, and he's been trying to get back to his game. And as he told us, they're one of the certain injuries that it's not like horribly bothering him, but it's still going to be a bother. He's still going to have it. So, again, if they need him, they put him in and probably play. So it's just, I feel bad for him, but and he wants to do so. He wants to. This is a new team for him, so he wants to so badly do well that sometimes he was pressing, I think, when he got back because he wanted to do well, and it just, unfortunately for him, didn't go well. But I wouldn't get down on him if I were a fan, just because, even if it takes starting new next training camp, he's a good player. He really is. I've seen him play very well with Utah. He was phenomenal with Team USA when they won the World Championships, and I just think he needs a chance to play healthy, and if that happens next year in training camp, then that's when it is. But I still think he's a good defenseman.
Noah Ostlund missed practice yesterday, Paul. If he doesn't play, do we have an idea of who would go in for him?
Well, I know when Tuck was sick, it was Kozak that went in. So we'll see. I don't think Greenway. Greenway just started practicing, and he had been out for so long. I don't know if he's an option yet. If he's gotten himself ready enough to play. So my guess probably, since that's what they did the last time, it would probably be Kozak.
Sabres Injury Report is brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Door. Is your garage door injured? Call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. Finally, Paul, before I let you go, homestand here Friday night, then a Saturday, then the Islanders, and full buildings and the return of playoff hockey. I feel like there's a lot of conversation about what it means to you to kind of be closer and closer, getting closer and closer to seeing this come back. And what are your thoughts on this? Have you started to think about what it's going to be like when we're back in there for playoff hockey later this year?
Well, I just remember the remember, Buffalo was the first team to have fans like outside, in Alumni Arena. They were the first team to do that, and it was insane. I mean, of course, there was a sellout inside the building. They were estimating about 10,000 fans out in Alumni Plaza, and they were fans down in the ballpark too. They opened the ballpark. So let's say there were 10,000 or more fans down there. You're talking about 20,000 fans outside.
Yeah.
In addition to the 19,000, you're talking about almost about 40,000 people in three different places right around the arena here, plus fans who are probably down in the bars. I mean, it was just insane how it was, and how when the overtime goal, I want to say it might have been a Finneganoff's goal. People wouldn't leave. I mean, we're sitting there in the locker room trying to do interviews and stuff, and people wouldn't leave. They're still here, cheering and everything. It was just crazy.
Paul Hamilton. Tonight, it'll be Sabres and Red Wings, and Paul will be there. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, take care.
Playoff hockey returns. I think it also makes a lot of people think about, we can get this with Paul next time or, in the future. I think it's impossible not to think about RJ, too. Right? Doesn't everybody?
100%.
Everybody's thinking about RJ, Just independent of everything else, just your memories of all of their playoffs are him. So many memories. And to me, that's what I think about when I think about what's going to come, the playoffs. We'll get dance calls. We'll get new memories. What are we going to get? Are we going to get a Game 7 winner? We're going to get an overtime hero Josh Doan moment. Darlene takes over a series. Just like the whole thing, it's powerful. You're gonna form memories. Here's what I'm gonna say. It's not quite like getting married, but this coming April, you will have sports moments that you don't forget. They're coming, and they've been missing for 14 years. So it's going to be incredible. Pat Malacaro joins us at about 9:15. It's Bisons opening day. When we return, the challenge to you three. What do Chris Berman, Regis Philbin, Elton John, Betty White, and Christina Aguilera have in common? Oh. This is not my attempt to take any credit for being like the first person on this, because I definitely was not the first person on this. But do you guys get the sense that the 3-2-1 point system is getting more and more attention and more run from, not from necessarily NHL people? I don't see Board of Governors or GMs talking about it, but Berman's the newest. It almost seems like it is more out there in the mainstream, where it's, look at this. The 3-2-1 point system would change the standings like this. I almost see a 3-2-1 standings update every couple days. And these games going to overtime, and whenever you see a pair of teams settling in for the final minute of the game or 2 minutes of the game, it just feels like it's getting pointed out more often. I guess this is one of those things where I would, if you did a search of the trend, how often it's Googled, I guess I could do that. You get the sense it's getting momentum at all?
I think it's getting momentum amongst fans and people who cover the sport. I think the Olympics put it back at center stage a little bit, and being on the radar for that front. I think it's impossible for me to see it happening while Gary Bettman is the commissioner, though.
Right.
Because he is so stubborn in
everything.
Everything
He's dug in
that
on
is
everything.
Done the way it's done is the best way to do it, and no, we're not going to change anything. Loves the playoff format. He actually did get asked at the press conference before the Olympics. Luke Fox of Sportsnet asked Bettman during that press conference if it's been discussed going to a 3-2-1, and he said, "We like what we have. We're not in search of a problem to fix," is what he said. Like, even that, like,
right.
He just,
you have a problem, but
he
you just
wants
pretend
to
you don't.
make it sound like it's dumb to even consider that we have an issue. That's his approach on a lot of that type of stuff. So he won't be the commissioner forever. I don't know what Bill Daly thinks of it, or whoever would come in place of him. So I would hope that it's on the radar enough that, hey, next commissioner, maybe it could happen, but I don't think while Bettman's commissioner it'll ever happen.
Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a...
Body. He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Like there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield.
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina. But Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3 – or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran-Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career. And was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like, whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy. So Chris Berman is receiving an honor. You have a guess on that? Christina Aguilera, Elton John, Regis Philbin, Robin Williams, Frank Gifford. You could get there if I gave you the right clues.
They've all won a certain award, I would guess.
Yeah, Berman's getting honored. You become a Disney legend.
A Disney legend?
Disney legend status for Chris Berman. ESPN lifer, ESPN's in the Disney family now, like Billy Crystal, John Goodman, and Hathaway. Congrats to Chris Berman. Sabres and Red Wings tonight. We'll get you ready for some river hockey. Maybe talk some playoff memories. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. And we got a Bills visit. We'll tell you about that, too. Someone coming in for a top 30.
Like how many games do we really think he'll play in the playoffs? Is it going to be 0?
Yeah.
They won't even try it?
Without injuries.
Like I'm with you. I think it's possible he gets run out and gets out, the physical nature.
Well, we had this conversation about Kessler Ring. I said how many games. I think you'll see Kessler Ring in the playoffs. Is he now, how many injuries away is Kessler Ring
Who's
now?
more likely right now to play a playoff game?
Kessler Ring.
Because Metsa?
Isn't it because he won't get pushed around as they think? He's.
I don't know.
If you've got to be big in the playoffs, he's big.
That's true, but I think Lindy is showing more faith in Metsa right now than he is in Kessler Ring. What happens when a guy's not in the top 4? Metsa goes up. What was happening with all these defensemen? Who was the guy getting minutes? Metsa. Like, Metsa is going down in part because he's the only one that can go down.
I think Kessler Ring is buried. I don't think we see him.
Okay.
Again. I really don't. I think Lindy can't stand how many penalties he took in the little time he played, and he has never felt like he got in with the group.
This sounds like a bet board move.
Playoff games played?
Who sees playoff action first, Metsa or Kessler Ring?
Oh, I would go first, especially. I would go Metsa.
I would be on that side too.
I'm not totally disagreeing with like the big physical point about Metsa. Metsa played 8 minutes, and got put on the bench when they played Tampa a couple weeks ago in that crazy game. Like, that game got to a place where it was, I'm not putting him in a game like this.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he played a shift in the third period of that game. So, and that could happen in the playoffs too. This is a heavy game. We're playing whoever. We're playing Boston, and it's all being played along the wall, and we're having to really fight and grind for this one. I'm just gonna put him on the end of the bench and play him 7 minutes in this game. Like, that's possible.
The Sabres look to get back into the win column tonight as the homestand continues against the Detroit Red Wings. Our own Paul Hamilton reports, despite being on the ice for just 2 goals against in 38 games this season, Zach Metsa was sent back down to the Rochester Americans yesterday. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock tonight at KeyBank Center. The Americans, they host the Toronto Marlies tonight at 7:05 as well. The Bills have signed 3 players to 1-year contracts: guard and center Austin Corbett, center Lloyd Cushenberry III, and wide receiver Trent Sherfield makes a return as well. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that the Browns told him they are 100% definitely not trading Myles Garrett. The MLB season in full throttle. The Mets defeated the Pirates 11-7 yesterday. The Red Sox defeated the Reds 3-0. And the Yankees continue their series with the Giants today at 4:15. And the Blue Jays host the Athletics at 7:07. In the minors, the Bisons, they host the Rail Riders to open their season today with first pitch at 1:05. And the Rochester Red Wings also open today on the road, taking on the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. Yesterday in the Sweet 16, Texas fell to Purdue in a close one, 79-77. Iowa outlasted Nebraska 77-71. Illinois defeated Houston 65-55, and Arizona demolished Arkansas 109-88. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Guy that I have to mention because I love him, and that's Casey Concepcion. See, now to me, when I watched him, the first guy that came to my mind was I thought of Zay Flowers coming out of Boston College. But I really like Casey Concepcion a lot. This guy's got juice. These other guys don't really have that kind of juice. But this guy is sudden, twitchy. He's got short area explosiveness. He's got accelerating vertical speed. He can definitely be a factor at all three levels of the defense. You know, Concepcion to me is arguably the most dynamic receiver in this draft class in terms of everything he can do from the receiver position and the explosiveness.
This is terrible.
We're not doing a good job at keeping...
Keep Casey Concepcion a secret.
It's too late. It's way too late.
It's over.
Everybody loves him.
Yeah. Everybody loves him.
How
That's
is
Greg
he
Cosell.
falling to 26?
He's not. That's the reality.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he could cause another receiver to fall to 26. You want to draft Mekhi Lemon?
No.
Is he falling? Is Tyson going to fall? Someone's going to fall as a correlation of him going up.
Omar Cooper.
There's hype about him too, though.
Sure.
Right. It's how many of these teams are going to take receiver? Because they can't all go. Someone's on the board, right? Is there a run? Will there be a receiver run?
That's a good question. We're 4 weeks out, less than 4 weeks.
I wonder what like the over-under would be of receivers off the board by the time the Bills pick.
4.5.
4.5?
Yeah, 4.5.
Because Tate will be gone.
Lemon, Tyson, Concepcion.
And then maybe Cooper.
That's what I would say.
All right.
Am I missing anyone? Denzel Boston could be in the mix.
Yep. Yeah.
He's going to be polarizing. 8030550. The draft is in 4 weeks. The Sabres are home tonight against the Red Wings. We're vibing all that. Feel good about it. Feel great. Alex Lyon and net. Go, take care of the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of business. So the Bills, quick note on the Bills. We're talking draft right there. They have a visitor, a top 30 visit. It is Julian Neal. Have a Bills fan that has basically found Julian Neal on his own Instagram posting that he's here.
Mm-hmm.
Julian Neal is a cornerback that's like a day 3 corner, maybe 4th round, 3rd, 4th round area. So another boundary corner, which would make sense. Right? We talked about it with Sal that they've got Christian Benford and Max Hairston, and then who's next? Could you bring back Trey White? There's a lot of different ways to go. But a boundary corner in the 4th, 5th would make sense.
I think of the guys that are free agents that the Bills had last year that I'd be most interested in. Yeah, bring them back, 1-year deal, low money. Trey White might be the guy for that. Like, that's depth corner. He doesn't need to start, right? He played reasonably well pretty much all year long. I mean, he did not look good in the Miami game here early in the year, but otherwise it was okay. And everybody else to me is just like, I don't know, like Milano, Daquan Jones, Bosa. Just, I don't want, to me, there's no point. White would be, depth, and that makes sense.
You would wonder if they would do that or if Tre'Davious White is too much of a McDermott guy. Right? Is McDermott the one who always wants Trey back, or does Brandon Beane always want him back? Did you see Brett Coleman of the Bootleg Football Podcast, one of my favorites, Brett Coleman, what he said yesterday about corners as a concept?
No.
Brett Coleman.
Oh, yes, I did see this.
It's kind of one of these takes in football that a lot of the hardcore football community is trying on for size.
You compared it to running back?
Yeah, Brett Coleman wrote, I'm workshopping a new take that corners are basically the running backs of the defense. Corners. And he said, in a vacuum, sure, it's awesome to have an elite guy, but so much of their success is dependent on what the other 10 guys are doing that I see them more as finishing pieces than the foundation. And he goes on to say, I'm not saying that they don't matter, just like I would never say running backs don't matter. I'm just saying running back and corner should be treated as the cherry on top of dominant trench play.
Mm-hmm.
And if you subscribe to that, is that not the flip of what the Bills have had? The Bills have had really good secondary play. I mean, I'm throwing safeties in there. And they've sought dominant trench play and never been able to really get it on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
And this version of the defense might, we might be seeing multiple investments up there again. Will they ever get, dominant trench play? Maybe this is a year for it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thought it was interesting.
Yeah. Corner is a premium position. It's drafted that way.
For the top guys. So
it's
for
paid,
the top guys.
Isn't it paid that way for the top guys too?
They're starting to get there.
Sertan is at what? He's making like elite receiver money, isn't he?
No,
he's below that.
Yep.
He is at $24 million per year. So that's about $12 million lower than
18 below the top paid receiver.
Because JSN's now at that's right.
So it's like 60% of top receiver.
Yeah,
money.
that actually is a lot lower. All right.
Anyway, not to say it doesn't matter.
It's definitely not running back though to me. Running back is such a far extreme of all. Like running back to me is unlike any other position in the league.
Reliant on too much other help.
Just relying on too much other help. Guys entering the league in their primes. The rate at which second contracts do not work out. Just there are so many factors that play into running back that I just don't see with corner or linebacker or safety or like. Really, the prime point is maybe the best part of all of it. And that is how you get in the age curve of it that the guy walks into the league in their primes 9 times out of 10. There is no learning the position and it takes some time to figure out. No, like running backs come into the league and they're already at their best.
Yeah. To this point, again, like we had somebody in the YouTube chat saying like corner is a premium position. Well, there are a lot of ways to measure that. I'm just giving you Brett Coleman's take, and we'll get some calls here if you want to chime in on something. Let's do it this way. The franchise tag. What positions have a higher franchise tag than corner? Quarterback, wide receiver, offensive line, defensive end, defensive tackle, linebacker, all do. Now, linebacker gets a little fuzzy because linebacker is some edge guys are listed as linebacker, which drives up whatever. Like linebacker is probably artificially high. Safety is right there with corner. The franchise number for corner is 21. For safety, it's 20. Safety is right there in terms of what the league says is super important. But your entire front four, the franchise tag numbers are higher than corner. And on the offense, tackles, quarterbacks, receivers, way higher. So anyway, I thought it was interesting, but the Bills have a corner in for a visit, Julian Neal. Put him on the board in the 4th round. On the Bills draft, would anybody be upset? I don't want to say would anyone dispute this is how it will go. We don't know how it will go. But would you, if I told you, or however you want to phrase this question, in the first 3 picks, that's the 1st round, 3rd round, 4th round, if the Bills do not move, we will definitely see them take 2 players for the front 7 and a wide receiver. What'd you put the money line on that at?
2 players.
It's like a 3. It's like a 3-leg parlay, but it's 2 front 7s and a wide receiver. Isn't that minus money? Isn't that a very strong favorite?
I was maybe going to say like even money.
I'd say it's like minus 200.
I would need one of the 3 picks to be something kind of out of left field.
It could be a corner.
It could be a corner.
Or a safety.
I was going to say it could be a linebacker.
Well, I'm saying front 7. That counts.
Yeah, right.
Linebacker,
that does count.
Front 7, wide receiver in your top 3 picks.
It could be a guard.
Could. That's out of left field. I think the guys they added yesterday dropped that likelihood
a
lot.
How many picks again? Are we doing 3? Their first 3 picks?
First 3 picks.
They couldn't pick a guard in the 3rd round?
Not before they take another front 7 or take a receiver. No.
I think line is possible. I think line is possible for one of those 3. Like that would to me would be the most likely. Like just anywhere on the interior offensive line. It could even be, I guess, a tackle too. I don't know. I think that is not crazy. I think they are good. Like signing Corbett yesterday and Cushenberry and having Alec Anderson. I don't think they need to do it. But they're not loaded. They've got no starting left guard at the moment, and they have a right guard who's a free agent at the end of the year that's going to cost a giant sum of money. Like, to me, they draft a third-round guard and say, hey, he's not going to start right away. Well, he'll compete for left guard, but also he's our long-term plan to replace Osiris Torrance. So we don't have to pay him $20 million a year. That's in the third round or even the fourth round. I don't think that's a crazy idea at all.
If they have taken an edge rusher and a linebacker and we're at the third round, and they take a guard before they take the next receiver?
I think that's possible.
Okay. I mean, I guess I have to think it's possible. It is.
Name me one of their starting guards next year. Not this coming year, the following year. I have no idea. It could be anybody.
It'll be Austin
They don't
Corbett
have a long-term
returning
plan.
on a deal after a successful season.
It comes down to whether you want to pay Torrance, and I don't. So I'd love to start thinking about, I don't need to do it in the third round. If it's the fourth, if it's the fifth, just give me a body. Give me a young, developmental anybody that you could reasonably say, well, he's not a rookie that I'm plugging in to replace Torrance. He's been here, and he got familiar, and he's going to be my cheap option for that position instead of paying a top-of-the-level guard contract. That's a reasonable idea in the third or the fourth round.
Well, if you're doing smart, if you're managing smart here, do you know what? I'm looking at Austin Corbett last year. He played 13 games for Carolina last year.
After a couple injury-plagued years.
That's right.
Yeah.
Do you know how much it cost to have him play for Carolina last year? 1 year, $3 million.
Cheap.
Yeah. He wasn't a 3-year, $26 million deal before. Like, he was a good guard that got an extension, had some injuries. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
There's really no other position I would say that's like that, by the way. Like, start thinking about what your plan's going to be at that position, because I don't know if I want to pay that guy. Because Kincaid plays a position where, one, they're going to pick up the fifth-year option anyway, and what? I'm going to draft another tight end? No. That position is just like dead in the water. You're not doing that at all. You've paid Cook. You've paid Benford. You've paid Rousseau. You've got a long-term option almost everywhere else. You just interior line guard is the only one that I would say is like that.
803-0550. Zach in North Carolina popping in. Happy Friday, Zach. What's up?
Happy Friday, guys. Yeah, I just had I'm with you on the corner talk, by the way. I think that I don't know if Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell would look as good in Philly if they didn't have a stud defensive line and had Mahomes running around in the Super Bowl. So definitely agree that that's a kind of a secondary position to the front seven there. But my question was actually about kind of going back to the Sabres giving up 1-goal games late in the games, and I think that we can kind of take it to the Bills too. Hockey, football, very different sports. But I was just curious to what your guys' opinion was on how much coaching actually matters in late game moments like that. I mean, we've seen how many iterations of the Bills going all the way back to the 13 seconds game, Tyler Basmus in the field goal, Dalton Kincaid dropping the ball. I mean, we've had multiple iterations of the team where they've had a lot of different pieces in there. And you know, you could call it Sean McDermott's fault if you want to, but I think at some point you have to kind of turn the lens back onto the players, right? And so I guess the Sabres, my question is, I mean, even you can go to long the way back with Lindy, but he had clutch moments with great teams that did make the plays late in the games where it mattered. So I was just curious what your guys' thoughts were on how much coaching actually matters in the latest moments in the game in clutch time when all the cards are on the table.
I mean, it is definitely a lot less than football. I mean, that is
hockey?
Obvious. Yeah, late game situation, management. You're deciding who to put out on the ice. Can't think of an idea. I mean, Lindy got a little criticism I saw for not putting Carrick out there at the beginning of overtime. Instead, but he put Krebs out there. But we talked about the lefty-righty thing as to why he might have done that. The night that Krebs was having. Is it Lindy's fault that Ryan McLeod's made 3 poor reads on late game goals in the last 3 games? I don't know. I might say that's more about the players. You know, you can install your system and you can practice it all year long, and the guys can even be doing it consistently all year long. And then you just get a couple of mistakes, and whose fault is that? I mean, I guess you could say it is the coaches. I would say no. What he's not telling Ryan McLeod to go outside instead of inside on the penalty kill. He's not telling Ryan McLeod to wave his stick at David Pastrnak as he flies by on a 3-on-3. It's not his decision to play the play that way. So I don't think there's really much of that to do in hockey. Unless you see, you put this guy on the ice, why did you do that? That's it.
Trying to think of like
if he puts Logan Stanley on the ice with like 30 seconds to go in Game 5 of a playoff series, and they give up a goal, then okay, maybe I'm willing to go like, okay, that was dumb.
One thing that this is a coaching point. How much has what has happened in goal gotten Lindy to not have to think about what's happening in goal at all? He never has to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time? Oh, and I don't know if you have this off the top of your head. And Pat Malacaro, let's bring in Pat Malacaro. Pat, we're talking Sabres. We're going to get to Bisons opening day in a moment, but you're with us here. Mm-hmm. Like, has the goalie rotation been the biggest gift to anybody to Lindy? Like, whose turn is it? Yeah. Flip the switch like a possession arrow in basketball. I don't have to read anything into what they're doing. I haven't had to pull a goalie. I'm just going to go back and forth and never think about it. We had a conversation the other day, Pat, about how if you get to the playoffs and somebody has a bad game, all of a sudden the coach has to think about that. But this has been something that's been off of Lindy's plate for months.
Yeah, morning, guys. Great to chat with you. Yeah, and I think it also goes back further in that it's only been 2 goalies that Lindy has really had to worry about for the most part. So, I do think that it makes things a lot easier. That it's the biggest question was, can Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, maybe in terms of goaltending, can Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, if he doesn't play a lot of games, be able to, like a stretch of 5 or 6 in a row like we have seen in the past, or 4 and 5, if he can continue to have this success. And I know there's been maybe some goals that he'd want back in his last couple of appearances, but by and large, both he and the other goaltenders on the team, Alex Lyon, have been far and away making the life easier on Lindy Ruff this year. So I think, that's a case where whatever the plan is going to the playoffs, you're always you're happy with where you're at because you haven't had to worry about it virtually all year.
You could even say that back to when Lindy had talked about how 3 goalies, not ideal. You don't want to have to manage that. That's what was said early in the year. Even before they've done this, which is back and forth, someone was always hurt. Mm-hmm. Lyon was hurt. Luukkonen was hurt. Ellis was hurt. So until the Olympic break, they didn't really have 3 goalies to manage. There were really only ever 2 healthy at the same time. So other than just telling Ellis, hey, man, you're not playing, that's been the hardest thing he's probably, had to figure out, I think. So
you're right, and you always wonder what the roster then looks like when you keep 3 goalies like that, because if it worked, then everyone would do it, right? It's a very unique situation, but that's also a thing that has not been an issue either of figuring out who that extra spot would have been or whatever. Even with some of the young players coming up and contributing, it's because the injuries that have happened around them it really hasn't hampered the team this year.
Mm-hmm. Pat Malacaro joining us. Pat, Sabres tonight, Sabres and Red Wings. But it's also Bisons opening day. So, busier time of year for you, of course, right? Mixing the Bisons and the Sabres. And you're also going to have conflicts. How about that? Sabres, Bisons, conflicts. It's been a minute.
It has, and I'm excited to have that this year. I've been looking at our schedule for a while now, even beyond this week. You've got 3 day games today at 1:05 with the gates opening at noon, 1:05 tomorrow and Sunday. But even go to the Bison's next homestand, which starts 2 days after Easter, because every Monday is an off day, so everyone can celebrate Dingus Day and then come to the ballpark Tuesday through Sunday. And those are 1:05 games because kids are off from school, in grammar school and high school. So even then, you have the opportunity, like today and even tomorrow with the 5:30 start against Seattle, where you can see the Bisons game in the day and then stay downtown. And there's 1 or 2 games that week of the first full homestand of the year where you can just stay downtown, enjoy Bison baseball, and then walk down the street to KeyBank Center.
That's I don't think I've ever done that. 1 o'clock Bisons tomorrow, and then just walk over to the arena for 5:30 against the Kraken. That's a move. What's the so today, the promotion for the weather, 50 degrees? I don't know if we're looking great for that. Are we, Pat?
No. I mean, my watch right now says 26, so we're barely halfway to 50.
Yeah.
But the good news is
trending up.
Yeah, if we don't get to 50, bad news for the players, good news for the fans, because that means that every fan that had a ticket to today's game would be able to exchange it at the box office for not only a game the rest of this weekend into April, but we're also extending it into May. So hopefully by the time we get to May, we'll have better weather. I know last year's Star Wars night was actually colder than opening day, and that was late May, but I'm hoping that the weather we had maybe in the first month or 2 last year is a little different and trending upwards. So, yeah, if we don't get to 50 today like it doesn't look, then you can enjoy another game on the Herd.
Blue Jays are home today, too, for their opener in Major League Baseball. Pat, tell us about this year's Bisons team, like some of the players to know, because, of course, people paying attention to the Blue Jays, the season they're having, how competitive they're expected to be. Again, the Bisons, of course, will be playing a big part in that.
You're absolutely right. And you go back to last year's playoffs, it was anywhere between 18 and 20 of the postseason roster, depending on the round, for the Blue Jays were in Buffalo at some point last year. And yes, that includes Max Scherzer, that includes Shane Bieber. Well, Shane Bieber started the year on the injured list. That included Trey Savage. Trey Savage has started the year on the injured list. So could you see a start or two from either of those two pitchers? It's entirely possible. And then you go to 7 of the top 30 prospects in the organization, according to MLB Pipeline, which is one of the top rating services, are going to start the year here, including today's opening starter for the Bisons, Grant Rogers. He's drafted in just 2023, and that's something we see a lot now. Players get drafted, and within 2 or 3 years, they're in AAA, something that has really changed with the way that player development has gone. But then you look at the Bison outfield is stacked. In left field, the number 10 prospect, Yohendrick Pinango. In center field, Jonathan Clase, who's been in the big leagues with the Blue Jays in Seattle a little bit in the last couple of years. And in right field, R.J. Schreck, the number 9 prospect in the Blue Jay organization. He played for Team Israel in the World Baseball Classic, was here a little bit last year. So very good players. And position player-wise, here's a unique one. I told this to Sally yesterday. You'll know the last name of the Bison starting third baseman this year. Charles McAdoo is a top prospect, and he is related. He is a cousin of Buffalo Braves great and Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer Bob McAdoo. So there's always a Buffalo connection.
All right. Who's, if you could pick one guy, or maybe there'd be a couple, like, are any of these guys starting in Buffalo, and there's almost a projection that if things go well, they'll end up in Toronto? This year.
Yes, Josh Kasevich is the Bison's opening day shortstop. He's a top 15 prospect, and if he didn't have injuries last year, he was hurt almost all of last year, the thought was he would be probably helping the Blue Jays in some way. And you look at whether Andres Jimenez at shortstop, he can play second base, so Ernie Clement, if he needs to move around the diamond at all, Okamoto at third, he can play all those positions. So for Josh Kasevich, drafted out of Oregon, he's a guy that he probably will be one of the first players, position player-wise, that if you need a player in the big leagues, he would be an option.
The promotional schedule, by the way, this year, so there's a Harry Potter giveaway at some point, right? Like, seems pretty loaded on that front.
Yeah, Harry Potter night later in the summer. Star Wars night is moved back to the middle of June this year with the way the schedule shakes out. There's even a couple of things. I can't reveal them to you guys today, but there's still promotions that were putting the final touches on, getting the final approvals on, and includes we haven't announced our bobblehead yet for the year. We will have a bobblehead this summer with a Bisons Blue Jays connection. There's a special theme night that has not been unveiled yet. So all those details, and those are ones that as we have unveiled some of the schedule, I've been looking forward to when we can release those. So yeah, you go to Bisons.com and see all the different promotions on the schedule now, and we're going to even add more to the summer as the season goes on.
Pat Malacaro on the Western Hotline.
Jeremy mentioned the Blue Jays. Do you have a quick thought on them this year? They're going to be, well, they're expected to be, right? Like competitive for the AL again?
Yeah, I think really you're looking at 3, even 4 teams if you want to throw the Orioles into the mix of who can win the division. Can Garrett Cole and Max Fried be the leaders of the Yankee rotation? And for the Blue Jays, can they replace what Bo Bichette brought to the table in terms of top 5 in hits in the American League in the regular season every year? That's the biggest question, really, I think. The pitching, you had Dylan Cease in the offseason to maybe stabilize a pitching staff that has been very healthy the last couple of years and keep that going. But can you replace your quarterback on the infield, the shortstop Bo Bichette, who's with the Mets now? And I think if the Blue Jays can do that, they're definitely, they're expected to make the playoffs. If they're going to win the division, they've replaced those hits with others around the diamond that have picked up the slack.
Pat Malacaro ahead of tonight's Sabres game and this afternoon's Bisons game as well. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bisons home opener. I was looking around the league at best promotions for minor league baseball. Bisons have a bunch. He just mentioned right there. But
Harry Potter night. There's a vintage movie night. There's a friendship bracelet night. Amongst plenty of others.
The only problem you run into, if you try to find the best minor league baseball promotions, almost all of them involve the team changing its name briefly. Including one where I believe that, again, like I'm going to Google this phrase because I don't want to get got like Joe got yesterday.
Big dumper Sunday.
Someone's
going to do it.
Here's one.
Someone's going to do it.
The Asheville tourists unveil a new identity. They will be the Snot Otters, which is a nickname for the eastern hellbender salamander. The rare eastern hellbender is one of 3 giant salamander species in the world. It's found in western North Carolina.
Wait. There's another name for that?
They call it Snot Otters. Like
Hellbender salamander is already a pretty great name.
It's a lot to say, though. Oh, what's that? That's a hellbender salamander. It's a lot. Snot otter. It's a snot otter. So they've got uniforms for this, and hey, listen, what do you think a snot otter might look like? That's the jerseys appear to be covered in a green.
They kind of look like Halloween jerseys almost.
Sure, it looks like he got slimed.
Green slime.
It looks like he got slimed on Nickelodeon. Yeah. Anyway,
so the Bisons have done that they've been the Buffalo Wings a couple of times, right?
Yep.
But that's it, and that's only been for like a night. You'll get the special jerseys at least, though.
How about
what's a Harry Potter jersey?
Let's think of some new identities they could go with. How about the Buffalo Surface Lots? We got a lot of those.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking about the Queen City Wagons.
Yeah, Queen City Wagons.
The Queen City Wagons.
Love that one. Queen City Wagons.
Roll with the hockey team for a little bit.
Is there some river play? River rats?
River baseball?
There might be a.
What's the
river buffaloes is too
River
long.
buffaloes is too
Let's
much.
go with the river sturgeon.
There already is a river rats. That's isn't that
what's
AHL team?
What's that big terrifying fish that lives in Lake Erie? Is it the
sturgeon?
The sturgeon.
There's the bony guy.
The river.
It's got bones on the outside of it.
Sturgeon.
Yeah, there's one that's but there's one that's like crazy.
Yeah, that's
horrifying.
Pike are kind of scary looking with their real long, thin, scary faces. I don't know.
Sea lamprey.
Whoa.
I don't think the sea lamprey.
Sea lamprey.
Yeah,
vampire fish.
I don't think that
the vampire fish.
I don't think that lives in Lake Erie. If it does, I'm never going in Lake Erie.
I looked up scary Lake Erie fish, and this is the first thing that's now coming up. Invasive in Lake Erie. It's called the vampire fish for its eel-like body.
You need the river monsters.
I really don't like the look of
that. I want to hope I didn't get got again.
No, I'm seeing it. If that thing's in the lake, I'm not going in.
It is, I think.
All right. I'm done.
Oh, come on. What are we going to do?
In their heyday in the 1950s, they were taking 10 times as much fish out of the lake as humans were. Fishermen were. If their heyday was the 50s, though.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're in 2022, their population in Lake Erie was about 7,200.
All right, it's a big lake.
7,200 is a lot of lampreys.
These are scary-looking things, though.
Do they travel in packs?
Schools? They look. You know what? I don't know that I've ever seen a real living organism that looks more like the Demogorgons from from Stranger Things.
That face is.
They look like Demogorgons. There are Demogorgons living in Lake Erie.
I don't disagree with that.
Call them that. The vampire fish.
Ooh.
The buffalo vampire fish. Nah, that's not great either. Yeah. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock baseball.
I still like surface lots.
1 o'clock baseball, 5 o'clock Sabre game. That works.
That's a legit.
I'm kind of into that.
Pat said
that's
that.
Awesome.
I was like, oh, there we go.
Check that out. What's the weather
that's
tomorrow?
That's going to need to happen a few times.
It's got to be a nice day for me to really consider that.
Well, then don't look at the weather.
Don't look at the weather.
Just don't bother.
Okay, I can do it. I can deal with cold. I can deal with cold. Just don't give me like rain.
Well, how about this? Do they play at home on Tuesday? Tuesday, the Islanders are in town, and that's and it's a high of 60.
All right. Tomorrow, sunny and 34. I can manage that.
All right. Manage away.
Occasional snow shower is not great.
Not trending well.
That's rough.
That's tough.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR hanging out on this fun Friday. Join us if you'd like. If you got to take on sea lampreys, we'll take it. Jeremy White here for the men of Trent Sherfield on for his second season with the Bills.
Is he, though, a...
Body. He's a body.
You're right. He is not a top 53 guy. He is a bottom 47 guy.
Yeah,
right?
Probably.
Like, there's 90 men. They're going to bring 90 men. There's two buckets. There's guys that right now you would think, okay, that guy's in the DJ Moore is a top 53 guy. We know he's on the 53-man roster. Then there are guys we don't know, or we would guess are not, and that's Sherfield?
Yep, I think so. The Bills signed 3 players yesterday. Also, center Austin Corbett goes on Twitter as Big Corbs, like that. Or not Twitter, but Instagram. Big Corbs. He's a former Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Panthers, Austin Corbett, and Lloyd Cushenberry, who's a center for the Titans most recently. I think Corbett, both those guys, by the way, those linemen, have played a lot. They are veteran starters in the league. If you look at how much they've started over the last however many years, I don't know if they've hit the wall or, I'm not out here scouting guards in Carolina, but Corbett's played a lot of games, and Cushenberry is a regular starter in the league.
He started every game he's played.
Yeah.
80 games he's played in the league, and he has started all of them.
And he definitely won't start for the Bills at center because they've got Connor McGovern, but I think it's very possible that one of those two or Alec Anderson is your left guard. And not that it was really high on the list, or maybe you thought guard could be a first-round pick, but I think with the addition of these 3, or the inclusion of these 3, Anderson, Corbett, and this Cushenberry, that I've got off, and I got Cedric Van Pran-Granger on that line still too. Like they're going to just find somebody to fill that left guard spot, right? I think that's just filled. We haven't seen the contract, so they could be very cheap. But the fact that those guys play so much, like Corbett has started 78 games in his career and was a regular starter for the Rams for 2 full seasons, and then Carolina for a full season. Basically, like whatever. I don't know if he's battled a ton of injuries, but I think they've got a guy.
Caller 5 right now at 716-2214-WGR wins a pair of tickets to see Bryan Adams at KeyBank Center Friday, August 14th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets will go on sale today at 10, so in about 20 minutes.
Saw this picture taken, and the Sabres have just tweeted it out. Another sign of we are so back. The Welcome to Buffalo sign on the 33, which at one point was changed to Welcome to Pominville. There is a new Sabres-ism. It says, Welcome to Lindy Ruffalo.
Yeah.
A new tape over it. And above it, there is a Sabres logo where the Buffalo is pulling a wagon. Now, that's got some juice.
That's good.
That's got some juice.
Mm-hmm. Lindy Ruffalo.
Lindy Ruffalo.
I like it. That's good.
Is he going to coach next year? I don't know.
I want to lean yes. I don't know. Does it matter what they do the rest of the way? At all?
No. Well, I don't know. If he gets to the Cup final and is just short, is he going to think, well, that was it? Or is he going to think, one more time? You know,
get close enough that
I'm here. I am putting
the
Cup final. Maybe that's a bit bold.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. He also, there's going on top winning the Cup. There's going on top as the Jack Adams Award winner.
True.
Which he is the favorite to do that. I saw some odds this morning. He said minus 250 right now, but that's tough to predict because you're guessing at what broadcasters are going to vote on. I still think it would be crazy if he does not win, if they finish in first place. And I still think it'll be bad if he doesn't win if they're not in first place.
Can I read you an email I got from Bob in Kansas?
Sure.
It's titled, I'm reading, Must Win.
Must win.
Can you just say it? Last time you did, we were making history most every night. I'm nervous. It's the weekend. The next time you could possibly say it is with under 10 games left. I think the idea being, if you want to win the division, it used to be if you want to make the playoffs, if you want to get me interested, you got to win this game. If you want to win the division, you beat Detroit at home on a Friday night off of two dropped points in overtime losses where you blew late leads. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying the words because you guys get mad at me, but if they don't win this game tonight, chalk that up to me as massively underwhelming, massive disappointment. You beat this team that you are definitely better than.
Yeah, I would say that about 2 games in a row if that was the case. That, hey, you've got 2 Atlantic Division opponents here that you should be better than, that I look at as favorable matchups in a playoff series. You're at home against them, the first of which they had played the night before. And if you lose both of those games, that's not going to feel great. That'll be a 3-game losing streak at that point. I'm going to want to win tonight. The Red Wings are not on the Sabres level. There's no number that really points to that. I guess some of their numbers might be not that far off, but I'm not impressed by Detroit ever. And you're at home. You're healthy. Their top guys are playing through injuries and maybe shouldn't be out there. Yeah, you should win this game. You're still playing meaningful games. You're fighting for a division. You're not clinched yet. They'd be big favorites tonight, right?
Yeah. 803-0550. Reading Elliot Friedman's piece about his 32 thoughts, and he has Ruff in here and points out exactly what we were saying about what would you do. And he writes, I asked him if he still thinks about erasing all that. 99, 06,
the
series against Carolina. And he says, quote, it's a shot to get done what I haven't been able to get done. In my eyes, I'm not going to quit trying. Question, does that mean you're back next year? Answer, the thing we've kind of wrapped our arms around as a coaching staff has been, let's just win one more game. We keep saying just one more. That's it. And we get to tomorrow, and we'll say just one more. And he smiled. When we get to that, just one more. We'll see if it's just one. And I've asked him that, if he's thought about what it'll be like to be back in the playoffs. And do you alter the goal to the division? The goal at the start of the season was 6 out of every 10 points, and they've done that. So, actually, let me check that. Have they defeated Lindy's 5?
I think they have.
Yeah, I think they have.
I think it was the pace would have been 97 at the start of the year. I think.
I think 6 out of every 10 is 96.
They're 96.
They're destroying it.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, they're going to get there.
Yeah.
They made it. So I actually wrote that. My Sabres last 5 is going to come out today, and I just wrote they've been just killing that.
Yeah, 96 was it, and they're currently projected at 109.
Yeah,
109 points. Not in a top 4 Coach of the Year spot, according to the panelists on TNT.
Absurdity.
Pretty nuts.
They are. I had this a while ago. What is? Oh, 113. 113 is the franchise record
for points.
Yeah.
What do they need? 07?
That is 06-07.
Yeah.
Twice. They did it in 74-75 also. 53 wins. Also the record. They're 9 wins from that. Can they get 17 more points in 10 games? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough.
That'd be a red hot finish.
They'd have to get hot again down the stretch here, but it's amazing it's even possible that they could set the franchise record in points in a season. But yeah, they'd have to get 18 of 20 to break it.
John Buccigross minutes ago, Mercyhurst University announces that they'll discontinue their Division I hockey program.
Really?
Yeah. A series of academic program adjustments and the discontinuation of the men's hockey program at Mercyhurst.
Wow.
Been there a bunch of times. Seen a lot of Niagara Mercyhurst games over the years. Tons. So, sad news. What else we got today? We got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We got Extendo Sports. Owen, Joe Cali, what's going on this weekend? What are the kids doing? What are the youths doing this weekend?
Watching hockey.
Yeah, watching the Sabres.
A lot of watching
Hockey, college basketball. Got the Elite Eight starting up.
Longingly looking at Delaware Park, wishing it was just 10 degrees warmer so I could just go.
So I was at Delaware Park yesterday. There were people, like the rogue golfers.
Oh, yeah.
They were out there yesterday before a biblical rain fell for,
I drove by and almost became one of those guys.
Yeah.
The only reason I didn't is I didn't have a shirt on that I wanted to golf in. I had some weird polyester shirt or something.
Yeah.
I was like, it's gonna get. I don't want to wear this out here. I want to get all muddy and it's gonna be gross.
Owen and I regularly go to the range after the show, and I was driving by yesterday on my way home, and the orange tape around the outdoor ones, like the bays, has been removed. So almost veered off, kind of, to do that, but had to withstand.
Yeah, I need to see balls flying through the air soon.
Yeah,
I need that very soon. But other than that, I mean, just watching Sabres Kraken tomorrow afternoon.
I am, on of course, the hockey and the basketball. I am at the feeling for weather right now where if I were to see a 68-degree day that was nice outside, I would lay outside for 7 hours and just feel like I would never be more thankful.
100%.
I would be like Tom Hanks seeing land again if I saw, I don't remember if he was actually happy in that movie, whatever. I would feel like a shipwrecked person finding land to see a nice day start to finish.
Lay in the driveway on a towel.
Kiss the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Was he happy?
I don't know. He was sad he lost Wilson at that
point.
He
had just lost Wilson when the ship arrived.
Yeah, and then he got home and his life was kind of wrecked. So
yeah.
Spoiler alert. He did get off the island.
Spoiler alert from a movie from 1992. That's my guess.
Yeah.
92?
Not sure.
I wish I could give you a good
Neighborhood.
My wife won't watch that movie.
Why?
I know she's not interested.
It's not that interesting.
It's one person for the entire movie, and
very little speaking.
She's never seen it.
There's a volleyball plays a large role,
right?
But it's not that interesting.
That's not a great selling point to someone who hasn't seen it. Why should I see it? No, there's a really volleyball.
Yeah, the volleyball might be the
you gotta
most
see this volleyball
important thing in the movie is the volleyball. Yeah, I think it's probably something that appeals to people that
like Tom Hanks.
Hanks.
Really gotta like Tom Hanks
in general. Like, I want to see this guy do a solo thing. I don't know.
What is it like at Rotten Tomatoes score? Like, what's the world thing?
What would you
movie?
guess? I could look it up for
All
you.
right.
What would you guess?
I would guess that it's like a 84.
I'll bet it's 95.
On which one? The critics or the audience?
Okay, audience is like 91, critics 84.
Audience 84, critics 88.
Okay.
But you're in the right
Ballpark.
territory. By the way, 2000 was way off.
Yeah.
Whoa.
2000 that movie came out.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's not a rewatch movie for me. I've never.
No.
That's a one and done. Yeah.
Never gone back. Is there a less rewatchable movie than Castaway?
Titanic?
Way more rewatchable.
You think so?
Way more rewatchable.
What's the least rewatchable
Yeah, that's a
movie?
really good question.
And does anything beat Castaway?
Like Human Centipede? How about that?
I get.
Go to break.
Yeah.
You like that? You like that answer?
No.
How about that? I win.
No, that's an unwatchable movie.
That's a difference.
That's
the movie,
it, but
the movie's got to be good on the first watch, and then I don't need to do it again.
All right, well, that's different now.
I'm gonna think of a good answer here. All right.
There are definitely.
Yeah.
Ooh, I know it. Usual Suspects.
Well,
Come on.
spoiler. Twist endings make you want to watch a movie again.
Yeah.
When you get a twist ending, you got to go back and see it the second time.
Once you know that one, though, you're like, oh, man. Come on.
All right, I'm going to search Best Picture winners and give you my best answer. Oppenheimer. Great answer. Why watch it a second time?
There's a lot you can miss in that one.
What? I'm going to find more.
I've seen Oppenheimer 3 times.
Oh, my God.
Bang.
What are you guys doing out here?
3 times. Christopher Nolan.
What are
I'll
you
watch any
doing?
Christopher Nolan movie more than once.
That's fair. All right. I'll get a different answer for you then. I'll try and find one as best I can. Extendo Sports coming up. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show at 10. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook. All right, wrapping things up here. Jeremy and Joe, we got 30 seconds. NFL teams could sell preseason games to streamers. Okay? Usually sold to local broadcast affiliates. It's at awfulannouncing.com and Sports Business Journal reporting. Streamers would then broadcast the games locally. But, yep, could see NFL preseason streamed soon enough. Go Sabres.
Go Sabres.
They better beat the Red Wings tonight. Have a great weekend. We're back Monday.